Hello, happy Monday. Good morning. I hope you all are doing well. If you watched the Super Bowl, I hope your team won. I was busy watching the Puppy Bowl because my youngest Dane loves to watch dogs. So once that was on, that stayed on. And I hope my mic's on. All right. I am alternate. I always forget that part. And welcome to my channel. Lisa, shout out to you and thank you so much for becoming a new member. I had not even announced that I had put memberships together. So thank you. I saw that and I was happy. So thank you so much for doing that. I appreciate it. Um, I have did 3 membership levels. There's Team Koala, I think Holy Koalas, and Shenanigans and the Pew Pews because we had to have Pew Pews and I had to get it in there somehow without YouTube getting all, well, YouTube. So thank you. I appreciate it. Gabrielle, good afternoon morning to you too. It's appropriate for Monday. Good morning, Stormy. Good morning, Hamilton. And oh, Hamilton, if you go on my my homepage, for lack of a better word, just on my page on YouTube, like where you would subscribe, there'll be a join button there, and then it'll show you what I did. So I did those last week. I just had not said anything yet. But I appreciate you guys just saying go for it. So I did. Thank you, Lisa. By the way, I talked to Carmen yesterday, and I forgot about the ping. Might do that one later. And no, there's no koalas going in the mail. Talked to Carmen yesterday. She said, tell you all hello. She's very tired after going back to work after being sick and being off and trying to get her schedule back around. So she's on the replay crew. But I told her that you all said hello because wasn't sure if she was able to watch it or if she just had to listen. So yeah. Gabrielle, I went to the grocery store yesterday and the cart in the parking lot had 2 poop emojis on it. And I instantly thought of you because they were smiling. And I was like, I don't know why they smile. But it made me laugh. And I will put that up there. Hello, Carmen. In case you're listening, that's from Gabrielle. I don't know. I don't know, but it made me laugh because they had 2. Alrighty. All right. If you were not around on Saturday when we did day 3 of the Adam Montgomery trial, and you missed Kayla Montgomery, his estranged wife, on the stand, let me sum it up for you. She lied. A lot. Over and over again. We're still hearing about it from the defense. Stormy, please don't do anything if you cannot do it. Please do not feel like you have to do anything. I just appreciate you being here. I mean that sincerely. So honest, just you do what you have to do. Hamilton, you're not stupid. Look, let me hang on here. Yes, Katrina, you missed the drinking game. Hang on here. Alrighty. It was fun, and I only got 1 thumbs down, so I was like, I did okay." I think I have a person that just serial thumb down to me for some reason. I don't care. It's whatever. Alright. Hamilton, give me 1 second. I don't look a lot of the times because it just it can wear on you. Like, what the heck? Okay. Good morning, Alexis, and good morning, Roseanne. Glad you guys are here. Okay, Hamilton, do you see on my page here where right under, like, my circle logo thingy, um, you've got the link to Twitter, and then right underneath well, mine says something different because I can do stuff to my videos, but, um, it says join right there on that very first page, right above where it says Add Montgomery trial day 4. Stormy, the drinking game was, if you've watched any of day 3, it was because we all kinda tuned out and just zoned out. You don't have one? Well, I don't know then, Hamilton. I'm sorry. That's weird. Maybe refresh? Did you did you turn it off and back on? I don't know. So, anyways, Stormy, it got to be where the point of the defense attorney was just, "Did you lie in front of the grand jury?" "Yes." And then she would read something else and say, "Did you slip up right there?" "Yes." "Did you perjure yourself?" "Yes." Over and over and over again, to the point where Kayla got a migraine or faked it, doesn't matter. We all were probably gonna get a migraine as well because she would not it was just somebody compare Gabrielle, I think, compared it to the Tucker and the Tucker trial, which I don't know that you've watched that yet, Stormy, or like Daryl Brooks, who just keeps asking the same question over and over and over because they don't know what to do. That's what this was. And it was just and then Gabrielle said she looked like she was from the Lollipop Guild, and it just went downhill, and she looked like she was wearing a very bright, pretty blazer that looked very Easter eggy, and so, yeah, Alexis suggested that we take a drink every time she said she lied, and I was like, "We will not be alive anymore if we do that," and then I just couldn't take it, so I joined in. And I'm sad to say that one that one blue moon was kicking my butt. I was like, "This is embarrassing." Uh, so, yes, we were knitting cat sweaters for her cats. I mean, it it was, uh, and guess what? It's gonna continue today. I don't know for how long. Fortunately, we're behind. And yes, and every time she said grand jury, you had to and then she just kept saying it over and over and over again, "Grand jury, grand jury." It was awful, but fun. Yeah, I went downstairs and just to decompress, I watched Family Guy, and it made me laugh because the chicken in there said something about, "We find you Pakal," and I thought, "I need that. I need that soundbite." Yeah, I would have been under the desk. As fast as I was having to drink that, I would have been under the desk. And good, see, some of you were there. You just didn't know you were there. It was bad. It was so bad. And we needed all to shut up, Meg. Uh, Hamilton, I will try. Uh, that is where my know-how ends in that sort of thing. So that may take me till I might have to work on that one because I don't know how to do that stuff, but I'll try. If anybody else knows how to do it, feel free, please. Um, because I don't. Okay. Hamilton, Gabrielle says scroll up, and there should be a way. Alexis, you're correct. She was giving Elaine vibes. Yep. All the way. They share cats. You know they do. You can take that however you want. Oh, Stormy, if you're just to the defense questioning her, unless you just want to watch me try not to laugh, because chat was cracking me up. You didn't miss anything. Okay, let's me get going here. I figured somebody would get mad at me because I laughed because it was funny. Yes, you did. You guys had me laughing so hard, and I was trying not to. I was muted a lot because I was laughing too much and trying not to. Because I told my husband, I said, the stream was so fun today. It was a horrible subject, and we weren't laughing at that, but it got to be out of control. And so we were having fun. I said, the bad part is everybody if they watch, only sees me, and I look like a loon then. If they're not following the chat to know what's going on, I look crazy. Whoops. Let's see. Okay. Hamilton, we'll get it figured out one way or another. It might not be, I might have to work on it. Uh, like I said, if you know how to put a link in the chat, please do. I don't. And I'll have to look at it and try. All right. When I was trying to get this to where we're starting, somebody coughed and about blew all my eardrums out. Well, I only have 2, but I don't think I have any anymore. So please let me know how this sound is, and I apologize in advance if it knocks your head off. So I didn't delete any comments. It should play back on the side. I have it clicked to play back live replay or play back the comments on replay, so that the comments should play. If you don't have it full screen, you'll have to have it so where you can see the chat. But they should be there. I have it set up to do that. Well, that sucks. Because that's even gonna make me look worse. You can see the chat from Saturday, Gabrielle? I thought I could see it when I played. When I was playing it. Okay, so Katrina could see him. All right. That's good. Maybe I won't look so crazy. Oh, there is? Okay. You guys see things you guys see differently. All right. Let's go. Shall we? Again, I apologize in advance if this blows your ears out. I hope it does not. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why it would show up on some and not others. You didn't accidentally hide it, did you, Stormy? Because I hide it I hide the chat all the time on replay when I'm watching something. Um, I don't know. Alrighty. We'll figure it out. Don't know if he's there or not. I just got it to this point, so we'll all find out together if he's there. I'm going to say no.
Be careful the wires there.
And I'm sorry, but every time they fill up that water, I think of the movie
Everyone's
Liar
ready?
Liar.
Please rise for the jurors.
Come on, pan out so we can see. Is the sound okay? Even though they're not talking. Oh, that might be why, Stormy. You may have to watch it on your computer.
I'll rise for the jury.
Thanks, Gabrielle. I ought to just take it back to the cough so you could hear it.
You may be seated. Ms. Montgomery, I remind you, you are still under oath.
Yes.
All right. Now, how's the sound?
I believe when we left off on Friday morning, by the way, when on Friday we were talking about getting ready to sit down
Thank you.
and talk to police after you were arrested on 2 charges of perjury.
Yes.
And you told the police that you wanted to talk to them, but it took a while before you actually talked to them because they had to contact your attorney and write up the letter that set out the terms of what would happen to you based on what you said.
Yes.
And essentially those terms were that what you said couldn't be used against you, but would be used as a gauge for whether or not they wanted to enter into an agreement with you, right?
Yes.
And so if you said something that hurt you, they wouldn't be able to say Kayla admitted to this and charge you with a crime, right?
Right.
But at the same time, if they found evidence independently to support what you said and that you committed a new crime, they could charge you.
I don't remember.
Okay, that's fine. And so this agreement did not include those conditions that you had written while you were in your jail cell thinking of cooperating, right?
Yes.
Because they had not come to you with any sort of cooperation agreement.
Right.
Okay. Now, you knew in going to talk to them that they wanted information about Harmony being missing, right?
Yes.
whether or not she was alive,
Yes.
when she went missing,
Yes.
under what circumstances she went missing.
Yes.
And these are things that you had been thinking about since the time of your arrest, right?
Yes.
And when you first told the lie to the police and to the grand jury that the last time you saw Harmony, she was driving away with Adam to be taken to her mother, follow-up showed that not to be true, and you knew it, right?
Yes.
And one of the ways that you knew it, other than what you had lived through, but you knew they had found it not to be true, was that you had seen and heard Crystal Sorey talking on the news about her missing child, right?
I didn't see that right when they were questioning me.
Okay. It had been going on for a little bit, though, right?
Yes.
And also, while you were in your jail cell, you got what's called discovery, right?
Yes.
And that is police reports and searches and the results of all that stuff that is sent to you as a part of you being charged for a crime, right?
Yes.
And that discovery included the investigation into Harmony being missing.
Yes.
And it included the charge of the reports and stuff on the charge of second-degree assault against Adam.
Yes.
And so you knew what people had said to the police and stuff about that second-degree assault charge.
Yes.
And you also knew that the charge was for Adam striking Harmony in the face.
Yes.
And you knew that there was a claim of black eyes from that, right?
Yes.
And when you told the police your story of what happened to Harmony, the allegation that you had was striking her in the face, right?
Yes.
And you included a story of black eyes.
Yes.
All right. So the next thing I want to talk about is the timeline
I have Dr.
of
Pepper.
your accusations against Adam.
I do have
Uh,
super moons left, but it's a little early.
So on June 3rd, you met with the police for a pretty long time, right?
Yes.
And it was the meeting that you had was audio and video recorded.
Yes.
And your lawyer was present.
Yes.
And the police were generally the ones asking questions.
Yes.
But there was somebody from the Attorney General's office who was also present.
Yes.
And then
Well,
after that interview, and it was fairly long, right?
Yes.
There was a break in between, but between the two of them, it was really long.
Yes.
And then you got booked for the perjury charges.
Yes.
And during booking, you said something to Detective Dunleavy about Portland pie,
Yes.
and that Adam had taken the body to Portland pie from the freezer and then returned it to Union Street later.
Yes.
we couldn't be so lucky, Roseanne.
The
I can't
plea agreement, well, then you talked again on the June 23rd.
Yes.
since we are behind and they are talking slow, I can try this on 1.25 speed if you would like for me to do that. And maybe we'll get through this a little faster. So I don't think anybody's going to talk too fast for 1.25, but I don't want it to be too fast for anybody. So let me, oh, whoops, not do that. All right. If this gets too fast for anybody, let me know. I should have done this on Saturday. but I
And on
didn't.
June 23rd, that was also audio and video recorded.
Yes.
And about the same amount of people were there,
Yes.
and generally the same people.
Yes.
And after that, you did reach your deal, right?
Yes.
But, and you were out for the interview on June 23rd. You were back out on bail, right?
Yes.
And then, as we talked about, sometime in September, you got arrested and reincarcerated.
Yes.
And then sometime after that, you and your attorney reached, well, you got an agreement with the state.
Yes.
And
Is that
under that
okay?
agreement,
Everybody good?
you could serve a minimum of 2 years.
I don't remember.
I think you testified on direct that you got a 3.5 to 7 suspended and a 3.5 to 7 to serve, but you could get out. You could get 1.5 years suspended off of that, right?
Yes.
So that would be a minimum of 2 years.
Yes.
And you also got credit for the time that you had put in while on bail.
Yes.
And so your parole hearing comes up in a month or two?
May.
May? Okay. Now, after you reached the agreement, you pled to that agreement in November of
Yes.
2022.
Yes.
And then in March of 2023, you had another meeting with the same group of people.
Yes.
And where was that meeting?
At the Attorney General's office in Concord.
And you were housed in the New Hampshire State Prison for Women at that time, right?
Yes.
And you were transported from the prison to the Attorney General's office to talk to him.
Yes.
And that interview was also recorded and video recorded.
Yes.
And generally, the police were asking the questions,
Yes.
and the prosecutor from the state might ask a few,
Yes.
but he was there for the whole thing watching.
Yes.
And then, so that was March of 2023. And then this December of 2023, you met with the state again, right?
Yes.
And was that the same sort of thing where you were transported from the prison to the Attorney General's office?
No.
Where was that meeting?
At the Women's State Prison.
Okay. And who was present for that?
Myself and Chris and my lawyer and Amy.
And Amy, somebody who works with the Attorney General's office?
Yes, she's an advocate.
Okay. And there you were not recorded, right?
No.
And that meeting was also a long meeting?
Yes.
Reviewing things that you had said before?
Yes.
Reviewing what your testimony would be at trial?
Yes.
Questioning some things that you had to say?
Yes.
And I think I said it, but it was not recorded.
Right.
And then you met with them again in January?
Yes.
Same sort of situation?
Yes.
That was around January 10?
Yes.
And was that about as long?
Yeah.
Going through all the stuff that you had said before?
Yes.
Questioning you on the stuff that you had said before?
Yes.
And getting ready to testify here.
Yes.
And then January
No.
19, you met with them again?
January what?
19?
Yes.
And same situation?
Yes.
So that you're going over what you had said before,
Yes.
going over what you're going to say to the jury,
Yes.
and there might be some questions about what you said before, and so you kind of go back through it and work through that.
Yes.
And that was that it as far as meetings?
Yes.
Okay. And during all that time, you had plenty of time to review in your mind your memories and talk about things that you had said.
Yes.
So we're going to talk about some of the things that you've said to the jury and before the jury trial, okay?
Yes.
So you talked about after your eviction, which was November 27,
Yes.
you lived in your car for about 2 weeks.
Yes. A few weeks.
From November 27 to the day it broke down on December 7.
Yes.
Little under 2 weeks.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to need them too.
And as you're evicted, you take some items with you,
Yes.
take some clothing for the kids.
Yes.
You take the toothbrush for Harmony.
Yes.
Make sure she can brush her teeth while she's in the car.
Yes. We all had toothbrushes.
Huh?
We all had toothbrushes.
Okay, so Declan and Seamus also were brushing their teeth.
Well, they had baby toothbrushes.
Okay. And so you made sure that you packed those things that the kids need for their hygiene
Yes.
and some clothes for each of them,
Yes.
in addition to what they were wearing.
Yes.
And then you probably got some extra bibs and stuff for when you're feeding Declan,
Yes.
and diapers
Yes.
and food.
Yes.
Okay. And extra underpants for Harmony.
I don't remember.
Okay. You had outerwear for the kids,
Yes.
coats and shoes,
Yes.
and socks.
Yes.
And the next day was
All of this.
Thanksgiving.
Yes.
And do you recall where you stayed on Thanksgiving?
No, I don't remember.
You didn't celebrate a Thanksgiving on Thanksgiving Day, right?
No.
Okay. And the day after Thanksgiving, you went to your mom's house.
Yes.
And you went the day after Thanksgiving to see if she could put you up.
Yes.
And she wasn't able to.
No.
But you were there at her house for a while.
Yes.
And you used that time to clean up the kids
Yes.
because they had been in the car the night before.
Yes.
And to clean them up a lot better than just wiping
I
the
agree.
boys when you change their diapers, right?
Yes.
And brushing their teeth
Yes.
and changing their clothes.
Yes.
Did you use her laundry while you were there?
I don't remember.
Okay. And your mom took that time to get to know her grandchildren,
Yes.
including Harmony.
Yes.
And she couldn't put you up, so you had to leave.
Yes.
And you stayed in the car that night.
Yes.
And then that was, by the way, November 29, the day after Thanksgiving, right?
Yes.
And that's the same day that you had a car accident, right?
The 29th. Yes.
Okay. And that was a car accident with
Good morning, Adair.
Tabitha Scott in the front
They're
seat,
trying to.
you in the back seat with the
Thank
kids,
Yes.
and Adam driving.
Yes.
Sorry. And police came after the accident,
Yes.
and you had Declan in a car seat.
Yes.
Seamus was in some sort of
He was in a car seat.
okay, and Harmony was not.
No.
You did not have a car seat for Harmony, right?
Right.
And you were in the back, so she wasn't in a seatbelt either, right?
No.
And that was a problem when the police officer came, right?
Yes.
And blanket was thrown over Harmony, and she was told to hide so that the police officer wouldn't know that you had too many kids in the car that were,
Absolutely,
and
Stormy.
one was unrestrained.
No.
Okay. You were hiding the fact that you did not have Harmony restrained in the back seat at the time of the accident.
Yes.
And then Adam had his license at that time, right?
I don't remember if he lost it then or not.
Okay. Well, he was able to drive away from there after the police officer talked to you all, right?
Yes.
So he probably had his license, right?
Probably. Yes.
Okay. And Tabitha Scott, your friend that was in the car at the time of the accident, she was a friend, right?
Yes.
And she really liked Harmony, right?
Yes.
She would play with Harmony, right?
Yes.
And sometimes play dress up and stuff like that with her, right?
No.
You're not
but
alone,
okay.
Roseanne.
I don't remember that happening.
Okay. Remember taking photographs and like photoshopping them to put stuff on them and stuff like that in
Yes.
photographs? Okay. And Tabitha was somebody that you would have babysit the kids sometimes.
Yes.
And sometimes it would just be Harmony and you would take the two boys with you, or sometimes she might do all three.
Yes.
And your accident on the 29th, do you recall that being in the afternoon?
I don't remember.
Okay. And do you recall if you went to your mom's before or after that?
I think I went to my mom's later that night.
Okay. And Harmony did not have black eyes when you went to your mom's,
No.
right? So she did not have black eyes when she was in that accident, right?
No.
Pardon?
No.
Okay. Now, December 1st. Well, that was an accident on the 29th, and you made up a lie about November 30th. What did you actually do on November 30th?
I don't remember.
I didn't
Okay.
mean to show that cover.
December 1. Do you know what you did that day?
No.
Do you know where you stayed?
In the car?
Do you know where the car was?
No.
Was it at Colonial Village?
I remember that's where we would normally park and sleep in the car.
Okay. You said that Anthony Bodero, and am I pronouncing that right? Bodero?
Yes.
Okay. That he would come down to the car while you were in the parking lot.
Yes.
And I think that you said that he would give you drugs.
Yes.
And that he would see Harmony during that less than 2 week period that you were in the car.
Yes.
And that he would come down, she would wave to him,
Yes.
and he would wave back.
Yes.
And Harmony was not under a cover when she would wave to Anthony Bordero.
No.
And she was not hidden from public view or Anthony Bordero's view when he would come down in the morning.
No.
And yeah, I think that you said that he might come, maybe not every day, but pretty frequently.
Yes.
And he also brought you some Thanksgiving leftovers.
Yes.
And when he did that, he saw Harmony.
Yes.
Now, there was another accident on December 2nd. Do you remember that?
No.
Do you remember that you had another accident outside of the clinic after the accident on November 29?
Yes.
And that was during a time that you and Adam had been going to the clinic, right?
Yes.
And the kids were not with you at that time.
I don't remember if they were there or not.
Okay. So it is, and I think you said reviewing the accident report would not refresh your recollection? Or would it?
I don't remember.
If I gave you the accident report, do you think it might refresh your recollection?
I will try and remember.
And yes, Lisa, it is. This is torturous. She's not getting anywhere. I've kind of stopped listening again.
And I've actually highlighted the date on the first page just because there's so much information. But do you think you could do
So
that
much
to
information.
refresh your recollection that your kids were not in the car?
I remember the accident, but I don't remember if the kids were in the car or not.
Okay.
Even looking at this, I don't remember. I just remember we were in an accident outside the clinic.
Okay. And I think we talked about that a little bit on Friday, that the police asked you about that as well
Yes.
during your interview, right?
Yes.
And that you said that maybe Tabitha or maybe your mom was babysitting the kids.
Yes.
So if you were in the accident and the kids were not with you, they would have been with somebody that you trusted to babysit them.
Yes.
Harmony would not have been hidden from whoever that babysitter was.
No.
Harmony would not have been hidden from public view.
No.
Harmony would not have been hidden under a blanket.
No.
Now, do you recall it snowing at all while you were staying at the Colonial Village parking lot?
I know that there was snow on and off.
Okay. There was actually a bit of a storm. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And that was when you were parked at Colonial Village.
Yes.
And did you go inside to the Bodero's residence during that storm?
I don't remember going in there.
Okay. Did you ever take the children into Mr. Bodero's residence to brush their teeth or to clean them up or anything like that?
I remember bringing the kids up to his apartment, but I don't remember when that was.
Okay. So let's talk about living in the car. You got a couple of boys that are quite young.
Yes.
One is about 11 months,
Yes.
and your other son was 2.5-ish.
Yes.
And they can only stay in the same position one time for a certain amount of time, right?
Right.
And then they start getting pretty rambunctious, right?
Yes.
And fussy.
Yes.
And Declan, if he gets fussy, will cry,
Yes.
and that'll make Seamus cry.
I don't remember that.
Okay. And Harmony, also, maybe not as rambunctious, but would get pretty fussy about being in the car for a long time, right?
Yes.
And so you would try and find ways to entertain them.
Yes.
And one of the ways that you entertained them was to go to a public place like maybe the mall, just to get them walking around inside for a while.
I don't remember that.
You remember losing your phone at the mall while you and Adam were walking around with the kids?
No.
Okay. One of the ways that you would entertain them was to take them to places like Walmart when you were shopping for more food.
I don't remember going there.
Okay. What were the ways that you entertained them?
I don't remember what we did with them. I just remember living in the car.
Okay. But you didn't have the children in the car 24/7, right?
I don't remember.
Okay.
She's not
Did
going
you
to
play
remember.
or take them to walk on those balance beams and stuff on that little play center at the back of the parking lot at Colonial?
I don't remember.
Okay. Let's talk about the food that you had.
Seriously?
You would eat things like tortilla wraps,
Yeah, we had tortilla wraps.
bananas,
Yes.
peanut butter,
Yes.
apples,
I don't remember apples.
Burger King?
baby food,
Yes.
cereal,
Yes.
formula.
Yes.
And if you had cereal, you had milk.
I
Exactly.
don't remember keeping milk in the car like that, but
Okay.
possibly.
So if you had baby cereal, Seamus would just eat it dry.
Yes.
And what was Seamus eating at that time? He was doing a mix of baby food and real food.
Yes.
Okay. And sometimes you'd feed him your food,
Yes.
little bits, right?
Yes.
And you'd have to make sure that he took it and put it in his mouth, right?
Yes.
Instead of dropping it on the car floor.
Yes.
And Declan had formula. Did he also
Baby food.
baby food?
Yes.
How about the cereal?
No.
So you would have to turn around and feed Declan in the back seat, or would you put him on your lap and feed him in the front seat?
I'd turn his car seat around so that he'd be facing
Yep,
that
this is
direction
the
so I could feed
fence.
him.
Okay.
Day 2.
And diapers.
Yes.
So when Declan or Seamus would go to the bathroom in the car, they would be
Yes.
going to the bathroom in diapers, right?
Yes.
And Declan, his diapers didn't smell too much, right? Because he was
What?
still just a baby.
They
I don't
smell.
remember.
Okay. But Seamus's diapers would smell, right?
Yes.
And so Seamus and Declan are both going to the bathroom in the car in their diapers,
Yes.
and you would change them where?
In the car.
And all the time?
If we were just living in our car, yes.
And then you would throw the diapers in the dumpster?
Yes.
And certainly in Colonial Village, you had a dumpster nearby.
Yes.
And then you would try to clean them up more than just the wipes when you change their
I
diapers,
don't
right?
know.
Yes.
And that would be in public restrooms.
I don't remember going to public restrooms.
Yes.
Where would you clean them more than just wipes?
I don't remember.
But you remember that you would.
I remember cleaning them with wipes. I don't remember bringing them to any like restroom or stuff like that. I don't remember that.
Okay. So you talked about going to your mother's on the 29th of November.
I
Is that the
agree.
last time that they got a thorough cleaning?
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, you wouldn't do that to your kids,
Isn't
right?
relevant.
I wouldn't, but if I was stuck in the situation I was stuck in, then yeah,
Own hygiene to worry about in the car, right?
yes,
And I think that you said on direct that you would ask Harmony to come with you, and sometimes she wouldn't,
right?
sometimes she would.
Yes.
And where would you go for your hygiene?
If we ended up going to a gas station that had a bathroom,
Okay. So one of the places that you used to clean yourself and Harmony up was public restroom in a gas station.
yes,
Good point,
Perhaps
Hamilton.
convenience store,
I just
yes.
wish she'd get
perhaps
there.
Walmart.
I don't remember going to Walmart.
Okay. So sometimes she would come out of the car with you and go into the convenience store and you would clean her up, right?
Yes,
And she would not be under a blanket.
no,
Right. And sometimes she didn't go with you.
right.
And if she had not gone to the bathroom for a long time, would you insist?
I would ask her.
Uh-huh. And she would say what?
She would say no, she doesn't have to use the bathroom.
Okay. And if she hadn't gone to the bathroom for all day, would you insist that she go to the bathroom with you?
Yes,
And when you insisted, did she go with you?
no,
Okay. Okay. Now, you talked about sometimes Harmony would go to the bathroom in the car.
yes,
Was she wearing underwear during that whole time?
yes.
Where did you clean her underwear?
We didn't clean her underwear.
Okay. So and I think that you said it was urinating and defecating in the car.
Yes,
And I'll call it pee and poop. Okay.
yes,
And so you said that she did both.
yes.
And then, so suppose she peed in the car. What would you do to clean it up?
We would change her clothes.
Okay. What else?
That's it.
Would you clean the car?
Wipe the seat. Yeah.
Okay. And would you clean the underwear that she was wearing?
No, they'd get put in a bag.
Okay. So you had like maybe 7 or 8 or 9 pair of underwear for her to wear?
I don't remember.
Okay. And you said we would clean her up. That would be you and Adam?
Yes,
And when she, how many sets of clothes did she have?
I don't remember.
Probably just a couple, right?
Yeah,
Sustained.
Okay. Do you know if you had more than a couple?
I don't remember.
Okay. But if she urinated,
All right, I'm going back to I think the poor little girl had a UTI because they're obviously not cleaning her up very well. I don't know where this defense lawyer is going, but that's where I'm at. Is she probably had a UTI and couldn't help it because they weren't obviously cleaning her, and she's who knows how long they made her sit in it. But again, I have no idea what any of this has to do with if she did it or he did it, or proving that she did it and he helped her instead of her helping him. This doesn't make any sense. So I don't know where she's going. I don't think she knows where she's going.
in her pants, you would have to not only change her underpants, but also her leggings, right?
yes,
And do you know if you had a bunch of leggings as well as a bunch of underpants to replace them?
I don't remember.
Okay. And then when she pooped, you would clean her?
Yes,
You would wipe her with the baby wipes?
yes,
And then would you take her to a public restroom to get her more clean?
no,
Overruled.
Pardon?
I don't remember.
I'm sorry.
No, I don't remember.
Okay. So, and you would sort of understand that she was going through a difficult time because of so many changes in her life?
Yes.
And so you would understand and tell her, Harmony, I know this is difficult, but you really have to tell us when you go to the bathroom,
Yes.
before you go to the bathroom, right?
Yes.
Because, and you try to encourage, come with me, we'll take care of it, we'll be in the bathroom, come with me, right?
Yes.
And did you ever buy pull-ups for her when it became more than a one-time thing?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't know how
Something
they
you might
could
have thought
afford
of,
them.
right?
I don't remember.
Okay. And being cooped up in that car for so much time with the kids was a little bit difficult, right?
Yes.
And it was difficult for the kids too, right?
Yes.
So sometimes chaos would just erupt, right?
Yes.
Declan crying, Seamus crying, Harmony crying, right?
No.
Okay.
They never really cried that much.
Okay. But when they cried, it would sort of cascade, right?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay. And it's like what's happening to one would go to the other, and it would just be chaos, right?
Yes.
And how would you sue them?
I don't remember.
Now, you said that Badero didn't want you staying at the Colonial Village parking lot, right?
Right.
He was actually afraid somebody might notice and he would get
Yes.
in trouble.
Yes.
But you also said that he came down daily or every other day or so to give you drugs.
Yes.
So you didn't want to come down and in public hand drugs over to a car that's squatting in a parking lot where it shouldn't be.
Right.
He came down to meet with Adam.
Yes.
And Adam occasionally would drive him places because Adam had his license.
Right.
And he would drive Madero's car and you would be there with the kids.
I don't remember that.
Okay. But he would have Adam driving him places.
I remember he did that when we were staying at the house. I don't remember him doing that when we lived in the car.
Okay. Well, Badero wasn't. Did you have money while you were in the car?
Not really.
Okay. So you pretty much had to
Well,
count your
would they?
pennies when you bought more food and stuff like that.
Yes.
And you couldn't splurge in anything because it was pretty tight, right?
Yes.
But when Adam would meet up with Mr. Badero, he would be able to get some drugs.
Yes.
And Anthony Badero was not giving him drugs for free.
No.
Right? Adam was doing Anthony some favors.
I don't remember that.
Hold on. Approach.
Objection, Your Honor. This is all repetitive stuff that doesn't mean any. We're not. Where are we going? Make her answer that one. Like,
Objection is sustained. The question can be rephrased.
So when Adam and Anthony got together,
both.
after a while, Adam would be able to come back with some drugs.
Not when we were living in the car.
Anthony Badero was not giving out drugs for free, right?
Overruled.
Right?
Sometimes he would, sometimes he wouldn't.
Okay. And actually, on the day that your car died, and you described going to the clinic and coming out and going to Burger King and then going back to the parking lot, Adam asked you to go up to Anthony Badero's to get some drugs, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. And he asked you to do it because Anthony might front you a bag because he never says no, right?
Approach.
I just want a new witness.
And that he asked you to go to Badero's to get drugs that day because Badero would front you
Overruled. It's cross-examination. You may proceed.
Would front you a bag because he never says no to you, right?
That's not true.
Which part?
That he never says no to me.
Okay. But on that day, that's why Adam asked you to go up to Badera's to get some drugs.
I don't remember that day.
Okay.
Overruled.
I'm going to show you a copy of the transcript of the interview that you did with the police on the 23rd. And it's marked Defendant's Exhibit 2, D2 for ID.
Could you say that? Could you just repeat the ID?
Exhibit number D2 for ID.
D2. Okay, D2. Thank you.
So may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Okay. Now, we talked about your interview on June.
I hope she has a binder.
23rd with police. I'll come in a second, right?
Yes.
And that interview was recorded, right?
Yes.
And Detective Jack Dunleavy was there,
Yes.
and Detective Max Rahill,
Yes.
and a U.S. Marshal was there,
Yes.
and an Assistant Attorney General was there,
Yes.
and your attorney was there,
Yes.
and you were there.
Yes.
And that was June 23rd. I'm going to show you a copy of this transcript and point out some stuff so you'll know that's what I'm talking about, okay?
Mhm.
See the date
Yes.
and the people that were present.
Yes.
And so I'm going to point you to page. And like with anything that I give you, I'm going to point to an area that I'm interested in, but you can read before and after to sort of orient yourself, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to point you to page, to that area there and ask you to take a look.
Yeah, I think the big thing that's wrapped in paper, that's where all their exhibits are. I wonder if that's Harmony's car
Yes.
seat. Because I've been trying to figure out what that big thing wrapped in paper is, but it just hit me that it might be her car seat. I don't know, but this is about as fun as Saturday was. I hope this isn't all day. Oh my. She's got her migraine glasses on. She's like, I'll just get another migraine. I'd rather just be in my cell. It could be because they have a bag but that's not the bag that they've shown. So I don't know. Have they pulled the camera back far enough yet? Have we seen, is he there? I'm going to say no. But I don't know if they pulled the camera back far enough yet. I do wonder what the jury's thinking about him not being there, and they've never addressed it. Not that they have to, because he can waive his right to be there. But it would irritate me if I
Recollection
had to
about
be
what you
there.
did that day?
I remember saying that, but I still don't remember that happen. I don't know. I don't remember that day. I don't remember that happening that specific day.
Exactly.
I'm going to unpack that a little bit, okay?
Oh, good.
And I pointed you to something that you told the police officers and everybody else that was there on June 23rd, right?
Yes.
And on June 23rd, you were present to let them know, maybe to correct some stuff from June 3rd and talk more about what happened back in December of 2019.
Yes.
And you knew they wanted you to talk about your memory, right?
Yes.
They didn't want you to make something up, right?
Right.
And you had had plenty of time to think about it, right?
Yes.
and to remember what happened, right?
Yes.
And some of the details that they were interested in, they sort of touched on, they talked about in June 3rd.
Yes.
And so are you saying that you didn't remember that day when you spoke to them on June 23rd? Or that you did remember it in June 23rd, but you've forgotten now?
I don't remember that specific thing
Uh-huh.
on that day. Like me actually going to see Tone and asking for a bag of drugs. I don't remember that.
But it
Yeah.
is something that you told the police that day, right?
Right.
And that you and Adam were in the car and you went up to Tone's to get a bag of drugs. That's me.
Her phone was ringing. The
Let
defense,
me actually check because I don't know that I checked it when I walked in.
the defense's phone was ringing. For that, I
So
must
it
have
was not
just
me, but if you
blocked
could
it
make
out.
sure mine's off.
She addressed it.
You're not disagreeing that you did tell the police that, you just don't remember telling the police that.
Right.
And if you did tell the police that back in June of 2023, you would have been telling them, this is what I remember.
Right.
So you don't remember it today, but you told them that you went up to get.
Approach. Oh, asked and answered. Overruled. Go ahead.
Oh,
drugs
good.
from your friend Tone Badero.
I don't remember that specific thing happening that day because I've done it a lot of times.
Okay, but you're not disagreeing that you told him that that's what you did that day.
Right.
Okay, and Tone sometimes will give you drugs for free,
Right.
but that's not what he normally does.
Right.
Okay. And throughout the time that you were in the car, Adam would do things to find ways to get money to buy drugs from Mr. Badero.
Yes.
And one of the ways that he did that was to do things for Mr. Badero.
Not while we were living in the car.
Okay. Now, there were a lot of people that parked at the Colonial Village parking lot, right?
Yes.
And it might not have a whole lot of people during the day, but in the morning before work and in the afternoon after work, it was pretty full.
Yes.
And you did not want to be noticed in the parking lot
Right.
because somebody might tell on you and you'd have to leave.
Right.
And you wanted to be there close to Mr. Badero's apartment.
Yes.
But especially in the morning and in the afternoon when people were moving around more before work and coming home from work, you wanted the kids pretty quiet.
If they were quiet. I don't remember.
Well, you didn't want your children screaming in the car, right?
Right.
You wouldn't want that cascade of chaos where Declan might cry and then everybody starts crying.
That's not a normal thing that would happen.
And you wouldn't want it to happen, right?
Right.
You would want them, especially during that time period, to be pretty quiet so nobody notices.
I don't remember that.
Nobody wants their kids.
Almost
coming
every
in
morning,
me.
you went to the clinic in the morning.
Yes.
Maybe you missed one, but certainly not. It was a regular daily thing, right?
Right.
You would get up and you would leave the parking lot, go to the clinic, get your dosage, and then go off somewhere else.
Right.
Might go to Burger King,
Yes.
might go to a gas station,
Yes.
might go to some other place and use the facilities and restroom.
I don't remember that.
Okay, if you went to a gas station, you would use the facilities, right?
Right. But you never mind.
Okay. There were other places that you went besides a gas station and Burger King, right?
Right.
Okay. And if facilities were available to use, you would take the opportunity to take the kids out and clean them up.
Yes.
Okay. And if Harmony had messed her clothes, would you hand wash the clothes?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Overruled.
No.
Okay.
We'd change her clothes.
Okay. But if she peed in her pants, her clothes would still smell like urine.
Right.
And if she did it a lot, you had a limited amount of clothes, right?
Right.
And if she pooped her pants, you'd also have to remove the clothes and change them with something else.
Right.
And you didn't have 2 weeks worth of clothes for Harmony.
No.
As a matter of fact, you described what Harmony was wearing, and it was pretty much the same thing the whole time, right?
No.
The leggings that you remembered that she was wearing,
Right.
those were the leggings that she was wearing when she left the house.
No.
Okay. And I was talking about money, that Adam would find ways to get some money. You were not working, right?
Right.
And you were not pulling in any money, right?
Right.
You were watching the kids.
We were staying in our car.
And you were watching the kids, right?
Yeah.
And you were not working.
No.
And you talked on direct when you were being questioned by the state, and you said that you had confessed to your crime of theft at Dunkin' Donuts, right?
Yes.
And you said that you had taken responsibility for that crime, right?
Yes.
Well, you actually got caught in that theft, right?
Yes.
And you were given an option of writing a confession and reaching a restitution agreement, or the police would be called.
Yes.
And so accepting responsibility was taking the lesser way out of the problem so that you wouldn't get a theft charge.
Right.
And you reached an agreement to get out of criminal charges.
Right.
Okay. You were held responsible for that charge, for that
Yes.
crime, right?
Yes.
Just in a different way. By the way, when you used drugs in the car, you wouldn't use them all. You would sort of spread out the usage as much as you could.
Yes.
And so you may not get that as good of a feeling as you would get if you had more money and a better situation, right?
No.
Okay. Doing the drugs sort of eased life's worries.
Not really.
Okay. Yeah, because life's worries still intruded even while you were using the drugs, right?
Yes.
And especially if the kids were fussy and everything, you couldn't just sit back and relax with the drugs. You still had to pay attention to the kids.
Right.
And if they were crying, you still had to soothe the kids.
Yes.
And if they needed changing, or Seamus, Peter pooped in the car, or Harmony, Peter pooped in the car, you couldn't just sit back and relax. You had to do something.
Yes.
Okay.
Would probably actually be quite expensive if you don't. There, I haven't been to a laundromat in a long time, but last time I was there, it was expensive.
We talked about those several statements that you gave to the police and the prosecutor from the Attorney General's office about the death of Harmony.
Yes.
And those stories changed a bit over time.
Yes.
And when you first told the story, you said that Harmony was peeing and pooping in the car, and Adam punched her 10 to 15 times in the parking lot of the Colonial.
Yes.
And that it was like at 2 or 3 in the morning.
Yes.
And when the officer asked, you mean in the overnight hours? You said, yes, it was in the overnight hours that this happened.
Yes.
Because something did happen at 2 or 3 in the morning on the day that Harmony died.
Yes.
And that was that Adam got in the car and Harmony did not wake up.
No, that's not what happened.
Okay. What happened at 2 or 3 in the morning on that day?
Harmony had an accident and Adam kept punching her in the head.
Okay. At 2 or 3 in the morning.
Yeah, it was still like it was the middle of the night.
And so in the middle of the night at 2 or 3 in the morning, you're saying that Adam punched her 10 to 15 times.
Yes.
And Harmony was crying,
Yes.
screaming.
Yes.
Declan would start screaming.
I don't remember what Declan and Seamus were doing.
Well, that cascade effect that when one of them is crying and there's chaos in the car, all of them were crying, right?
Not really.
Okay. And then what did you do?
What did I do?
Yeah.
I tried telling him to stop, but he doesn't listen.
Okay. What did you do about the mess?
I didn't do anything about the mess.
Did you clean the car?
No,
Did you clean Harmony?
no,
Was it a pee or a poop?
I don't remember.
Smells are considerably different, right?
Right.
Both
But the
of 'em-
car already stunk.
It stunk from all the kids living in the car, eating in the car, peeing and pooping in the car, and food being left around the car, right?
Yes.
And body odor.
Yes.
And so if Harmony peed in her seat at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, are you saying that if you left her sitting in a puddle of pee?
Yes.
And if she pooped at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, you're saying you left her sitting in her own defecation?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was scared of Adam.
Did he tell you don't clean her up?
No, but when I told him to stop, he gave me the crazy eyes that he has. And I just didn't want to do anything because I was scared of him.
Okay. And then things calmed down and everybody went to sleep?
No,
Everybody stayed up?
I don't remember if everybody stayed up, but I know I didn't go back to bed.
Okay. So you were up till 2 or 3 in the morning until you woke up, until it was time to go to the clinic.
Yes.
And I think the clinic was 7 or 8 in the morning?
7.
Okay. So you sat in the car and did nothing until 7 in the morning.
Right.
And you don't remember kids crying and screaming?
No.
I believe that you testified to on direct that Adam woke up and smelled pee or poop.
Yes.
Do you know which that was?
I'm sorry.
Urination or defecation, do you recall?
No.
Okay. And he got mad at her for peeing or pooping in the car.
Yes.
Was it a fresh pee or poop?
I don't know.
Okay. So you don't know if she peed or pooped in the car from 2 or 3 in the morning?
No.
Okay. And one of the things I think that you described Adam saying at one of the things was, why don't you let us know?
Yes.
Like he's surprised at Harmony that she's smelling in the morning. So you're saying he struck her in the morning before the clinic because I think that you said before to the police because she peed herself while still in the parking lot,
Yes.
and that made him mad, you said?
Yes.
And so she peed before you went to the clinic?
It just smelled like urination all the
Okay.
time.
Okay. And she didn't have any injuries that you saw that morning, right?
No.
And you go to the clinic, right?
Yes.
And at the clinic, the two of you have to go in one at a time, right?
Yes.
And the reason that you have to go in one at a time is because somebody had tattled on you at some time earlier for leaving the kids in the car while the two of you went together.
Yes.
And so you were parked in the clinic right out front,
Yes.
and other people are also getting their dosage.
Yes.
And at least at some point, people were paying attention about, well, I'll take that back. So you're right out front of the clinic. I think you, looking at that paperwork, saw that you went in first,
Yes.
and then Adam went in.
Yes.
And did you take that time to clean the car?
No,
Why?
because I didn't.
Okay. I think you testified that when Adam got in the car, you said, "I'm hungry," and I'm sure the kids are hungry.
Yes.
And it was
Right.
you that wanted to go to Burger King for food.
Yes.
And did you want to go to Burger King because you were hungry?
Yes.
Did you want to go to Burger King because you wanted to clean the car?
No,
Why not?
I didn't.
Okay. Just you were hungry and you thought maybe the kids were hungry too.
Yes.
Okay. And Adam drove to Burger King to get you food and food for the kids.
Yes.
And Adam was not interested in food, right?
That's not true.
Why not?
Because he was hungry too.
Okay. Do you remember telling the prosecutor that Adam, I'm sorry, on March 16 of 2023, do you recall telling the prosecutor that Adam was not interested in food?
No.
All right, I'm going to take a different exhibit.
Everyone goes to BK. And why would it just be her responsibility to clean up Harmony? He could have cleaned up Harmony. Like, why did he not clean up Harmony? She sat in that for hours. I, and if she said that he was hitting her in the head when she had that accident, did she
Actually,
say that?
I'm going to use a
I'm
different copy.
zoned out here. She would have had to have injuries. She was tiny. Is this the day that she's talking about? The day that she passes away? There's no way she didn't have injuries that day. You're talking about the defense attorney? I'm not, they're public defenders, so I'm not sure if they're equal, both of them. I don't know. I she would have had to have braces. If this is the day, she would have had to have braces.
Yes.
I don't know the answer to that question, Hamilton. I'm just thinking if that poor girl just sat in that. It had to be cold because of winter. Lisa. I don't know what to do with you guys. Yeah, I'll say it. You suck. Stop. I thought she was going somewhere when she was like, so this happened and then this happened and why didn't you stop this and why did I thought she was going and then she just put the brakes on. I hope not, Stormy. I mean, it's kind of like the defense attorney in the Shonda trial. I hate talking about the Shonda trial. He was working with nothing. He had nothing to work with, but she's entitled to a defense, so he had to put one on. These guys are doing the exact same thing. He's entitled to a defense, so they have to put one on. And it sucks because they don't have anything. I mean, at least they haven't produced anything. If they have it, they've not produced it yet. And if isn't methadone to get you off of this stuff? If they're going to that clinic every day, it's not working, right? I don't know. I don't know how it works.
I'm going to show you a copy of a transcript of the interview of March 16, 2023. And like before, I'm going to ask you to read a portion of it, and then I'm going to ask you a question, okay?
Okay.
So here it is. Not quite as pretty. I'm going to be asking you about this, but you could read before or after.
Okay.
Okay?
And had less to work with, I think. So I used to work at a pharmacy, and we would give out prescriptions for Suboxone, which most people abused. We had one patient there who forced his doctor to step him down and do it the right way and actually got clean. One. I have no idea what it's like there now. It's been a long time since I've been there. But so that's why I was kind of wondering if it was along that line of you can abuse it as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you, during that interview, told the police that Adam didn't care if he ate or not, right?
Right.
He wasn't there because he wanted to eat, right?
Right.
And if the prosecutor said in opening that he went to Burger King because he wanted to eat, and he did eat while driving away, that's not your recollection, right?
No.
Okay. And that's not something you ever told the police, right?
Right.
It's just plain wrong.
Forever or just because they're still doing
And one of your claims is that on the way to Burger King, and I think that you said that he gets in the car at the clinic and smells
Urine.
100%.
and says, Harmony, why do you keep doing that? Why don't you tell us when you have to go?
Yes.
And he got angry outside the clinic
Yes.
and he struck her in the head
Yes.
in front of the clinic,
In the car. Yes.
in the car, right?
Yes.
Where people are going in and out of the clinic.
Yes.
And where at one point somebody had noticed that you left your kids alone in the car and told on you, right?
Yes.
Okay. You said that he was also yelling at her.
Yes.
And you told the jury that she was making weird noises on the way to Burger King.
Yes.
Okay. And you said that there were 3 different events on the way to Burger King, 3 different times that he was maybe at a stoplight or something and would strike her again.
Yes.
And yelling at her.
Yes.
And striking her 3 to 4 times each event.
Yes.
And Harmony's crying.
Yes.
And Declan's crying.
Yes.
And Seamus is crying.
No.
Why not?
Not just because somebody's crying doesn't mean the other one cries.
Adam yelling in the car
Yeah.
not cause Seamus to cry.
No.
And
Probably
Adam
learned.
striking Seamus's sister right next to him didn't cause Seamus to cry.
No. He didn't.
And
know what was
Harmony
going
crying
on.
in pain didn't cause Seamus to cry.
No.
Okay. Okay. You said the final time that Adam hit Harmony in the head, he said he felt something.
Yes.
That, and I think you claim that Adam said, I think I heard her this time. I did something.
Yes.
And was that in a scared voice?
Yes.
Okay, so Adam thought perhaps he went overboard.
Yes.
And this was pulling into the parking lot at Burger King.
Yes.
And so, being scared, he drives up to the drive-in window.
Yes.
He orders the food that you want.
Yes.
He pays cash.
I don't remember.
Okay.
And he also got something to eat that I'm
When
pretty
you spoke to
sure-
police back in June of 2022, you recalled that he paid in cash.
Objection granted.
Basis?
Now, Your Honor, you said no speaking objections. So then when he objects, then you ask him his basis. Would that not kind of be a speaking part of a speaking objection? Which I don't get because this just drags the time on and on and on. Just let him say it like we hear in other courts. Every time I think she's getting there. Exactly. Like she lied. We all know it. She knows it. She's serving time for it. I have a friend. I don't know if she'll talk to me about it. She used to be addicted to a lot of stuff. I didn't see her for many years. I didn't even know if she was still alive. But she's back. She looks great. And talking to her yesterday, somebody showed her a picture of what she looked like in 2016. She was skin and bones. She said it made her cry, and then it made her angry, and then it made her realize how far she had come. But then she also followed that up with, but I don't remember.
This is a good time for a break. I'm going to ask the
So,
witness to
like, I
stay
wonder
there.
if
We'll
she
take 15 minutes, and then we will resume the testimony. All rise for the jurors,
kind
please.
of sit down
Same
and
reminders, ladies and gentlemen. Don't talk about the testimony, please.
not talk to me about her personal stuff, but just about the memory. What do you remember? Do you remember anything? I mean, I know she remembers stuff. We got close to her. She got close to my mom. Uh, we knew she was having issues, but people don't want help. They don't want help. She got it, and glad she did. But I would be curious because the last 3 trials, even though the McNabb Bell trial was old, this trial, Tucker trial, all involved some sort of illegal substances. I think this one and Bell was probably meth. I'll say it once. And I don't know. I'd be very curious just to talk to her, just to see. And she may not. I don't want to offend her because I like her. She's always been good to my family, so certainly don't want to upset her. I would like for this defense attorney to get to the point. I'm going to guess, since there's only 2 chairs over there, that he's not there. I find it odd because he was kind of showboaty that first day he came for jury selection.
They may not hear you in the conference room.
You suppose he's streaming it? Streaming the trial?
I got it. It's the correspondence from the both cases from the. We're bringing the witness now.
I'm completely zoned out, Lisa. I kind of come back when she starts talking about that day, what happened that day, but then she veers off again.
Everyone's ready. We'll bring in the jurors. Please rise for the jurors, please.
I would be drawing pictures. I doubt he's able to watch it. I actually was kind of being sarcastic. I don't blame you, Hamilton.
Please be seated.
You know, that could be the
Right
cooler.
before we took the break, I asked you if you told the interviewers, police or whoever, in June that you thought you paid cash.
Yes.
And you didn't remember, right?
No.
If I showed you a copy of your transcript, I'm going to ask you again to read what you need to, but this will be what I'm asking you about. So you told the police in June 23rd of 2022 that you thought you paid cash.
Yes.
And that would make sense because Adam was doing little things to try and collect cash, right?
Yes.
And you certainly had no money in the bank on your card,
No.
right?
Right.
So after this panic that you say that Adam feels, goes up to the drive-through, right?
Yes.
And the jury was at the Burger King, and you sort of make a roundabout way
Hey,
into.
glad you
the
got to
drive-thru,
join us,
right?
Mad Hatter.
Yes.
And it's wide open there, right?
Yes.
And people are coming in and out of Burger King, right?
Yes.
And you stop at one place to
Wait
make
for
the
you.
order,
Hey,
Yes.
thank you so much.
and you ordered croissants and hash browns,
Yes.
and this was for you and the kids.
Yes.
And then you pull around.
Thank you. I
turn,
appreciate
and
it.
Go to where you actually have communication with the live person.
Yes.
And the first thing that you do before you get your food or anything like that is turn over. But Adam is doing it because he's in the driver's seat, right?
Right.
Turning over the cash.
Yes.
Might have been card, but probably not, right?
Right.
You know, do you have a specific recollection now of whether it was cash?
No.
Okay.
Does it
So
matter?
I'm assuming cash, but card would be the same. You turn it over to the clerk, right?
Yes.
And then the clerk does what the clerk does with money,
Yes.
and then opens the window again and maybe counts out the change.
Yes.
And Adam would be there with his hand out and change being counted out into his hand, right?
Yes.
And then maybe that change is handed to you so that he can then reach in again for the food.
Yes.
And when the food comes in, he probably takes a bag and gives it to you.
Yes.
And you said that just before that, the Adam was scared because he had been striking harmony and something different happened.
Yes.
And while he's striking harmony, the children are screaming,
They probably forgot to catch up.
going in through the Burger King parking lot,
Yes.
going through the Burger King order spot,
Yes.
and going through the Burger King drive-through.
Yes.
And you did not do anything, as you said, with Harmony,
Right. Right.
She was
I don't know,
just
Gabrielle.
laying there in the back.
Yes.
And right there as he drives up to the clerk at the Burger King parking lot.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we haven't moved very far, Mad Hatter. We're just kind of sitting here in the Burger King drive-thru. Wonder if we pay cash or card. And Stormy
you
Cross
said
walked in.
Harmony is moaning in the back seat.
Yes.
And I don't think you said it, but was it a moan that you understood to be a dying child?
No.
Okay. What was the moan?
I don't know. She was making a noise.
Okay. And you didn't check on her, right?
No.
Didn't throw a cover on her.
No.
Didn't have to turn around and soothe the boys in the back seat to make them quiet.
No. They weren't always crying just because one other kid was crying. They weren't always crying.
But violence, chaos, yelling, and screaming would make them cry.
They never really cried that much.
Okay. Okay. Did you ask to run in and maybe get some extra napkins to clean up the urine on the seat?
No.
You're missing out.
With that smell lingering so bad, did you think maybe to ask if Harmony could go in and clean up?
No.
Did you do anything to deal with the smell of urine?
No, because Adam said she could just lay in it.
Okay. All right. And he was upset with the smell?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I think actually you say that the kids may not have been crying. I think that, did you tell the police that you thought the kids were sleeping?
Yeah, they didn't really make any noise.
Okay. Kayla, that assault never happened, did it?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Well, you describe physically trying to stop him. Adam?
Yes.
You describe verbally trying to stop him.
Yes.
Nobody wants a person to strike and hurt a child,
Right.
especially a 5-year-old child under your care.
Right.
And you cannot allow that to happen. You can't sit by and allow that to happen, right?
Right.
Okay. But you said that you stopped trying to do anything because he looked at you with the face of pure evil.
Yes.
So you just got scared and shut up, right?
Yes.
Because his face was pure evil, right?
Yes.
And pure evil, a person with pure evil is not someone you want to protect.
No.
And a person who is pure evil is not someone that you love.
Well, that's hard to say.
Okay. A person of pure evil is not someone you want raising your children.
Right.
Okay. And you would do anything to get your kids away from pure evil.
Yes.
And even though Harmony was your child, you felt the same about her.
Yes.
She was pretty much your child.
Yes, I helped take care of her.
Okay. And when you and Adam split up years later, or March of 2021, you wanted him back.
We were both trying to fix our family and get back.
You wanted him back with the family and raising the children.
Right.
And
Exactly. That's what I was thinking.
when you were sitting in your cell thinking about this and reliving it, and you wrote that note about your thoughts about what you wanted, you indicated that the children needed Adam as well as you, right?
Right.
And that's not the face of pure evil, right?
No.
Okay. So you said to the jury Friday, I believe, that you fed the children at the Burger King parking lot?
Yes.
Okay.
We were leaving the parking lot.
As you were leaving the parking lot, you were feeding them?
Yeah, I handed them food.
Okay. Who'd you hand food?
I handed Seamus some food.
Uh-huh.
I handed Declan some food.
Uh-huh.
And I reached behind my seat and was giving Harmony the food, but I just put it down, thinking that she was going to be grabbing it.
Okay. So do you remember telling the police that you fed the children at the Colonial parking lot?
No,
Okay. Did you feed the children at the Colonial parking lot?
I don't know.
Okay. Now, your car died at the intersection late morning-ish. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And you were at the clinic at 7-ish?
Yes.
Okay. So you were in the Colonial parking lot for a while, right?
Yes.
All right. And You don't recall talking to the police about feeding your children in the back seat at the Colonial?
No.
All right. First of all, before I ask some more questions, set up the situation. Declan is in the car seat by the behind the driver.
No.
You've got Seamus there now,
Yes.
and so you're having Declan in the middle seat,
Yes.
and Harmony is on the
Behind.
passenger side behind you,
Yes.
and Declan is under a year,
Yes.
and you got croissants. What were you feeding Declan?
Pieces of food.
Okay, so you would break off a little piece of hash brown,
Yeah, something. I don't remember what I was feeding him.
and would you hand it to him and make sure he grabbed it?
No.
You just sort of put it back there.
I put it in his mouth.
So you would turn around from the driver's side and put little pieces of food in Declan's mouth.
No.
What?
I reached my arm back and put it in his mouth because he's in the middle.
Okay. And Seamus. Okay, so would you turn to reach your arm back and look and make sure you're getting it in his mouth?
I could feel it.
So you reach back with your arm and you feel around for his mouth and put it in?
Yes.
Okay. And then Seamus, you also have to give him small pieces of food, right?
Right.
And with Seamus, you break off a small thing and you give him and make sure he takes it in his hand, right?
Right.
And so you turn around and reach over to Seamus and hand him his piece of food.
I didn't turn around
Okay. Why not?
because I could see him. I just handed it to him like that. He was sitting in the car seat.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Do you remember describing to the police? Oh, and also you said that you took some and you handed it back to Harmony?
I gave a sandwich to her. Yes.
You gave a croissant to her?
Yes.
So you bought the croissant for Harmony or for you?
There was 3 of them.
Okay.
There was one for her, and then there was one for Adam and one for me. And the one that I had, I broke apart and gave to the kids.
Okay. And so what'd you do? Put the whole sandwich back there for Harmony?
Yes.
Did you check and see if she was eating it?
No,
Why not?
because I didn't.
Okay. Okay. And Harmony's position while you're doing that, I think she's leaning against her brother beside her.
Yes.
And then sometimes she's leaning up against the door, I think.
Yes.
And you don't check on her.
No.
Don't check and see if she's eating.
No.
But you make sure that you've put the food in Declan's mouth.
Yeah, because they're younger.
So you weren't concerned about Harmony at that point.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
That's the $1 million question.
You feed them directly because they were younger. You don't feed Harmony directly because, or make sure that she's eating. Why?
Because she can open the package and eat it.
Did you hear her open the package?
No, I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay.
I mean, it is weird that she didn't check on Harmony to make sure she was eating her food. But if she's out of her, I don't know if they had done anything.
And so after that, you went up to
the
Madero's to get some drugs.
Okay.
We
So,
went to Colonial Village.
Sustained.
Okay. So when you went to Madero's to get some drugs,
Overruled. Couple approach.
state you're trying. Facts not evidence. Overruled. Asked and answered. Irrelevant. We don't care anymore. The jury's asleep. Just get her to stop talking. Maybe he just knew, like, this is gonna be boring. But it does bug me that she did not check on Harmony to eat, because you'd turn around, like, are you eating, or you'd make sure they're not choking to death? Right. You
So
hand them.
after you ate, you got some drugs.
I don't remember
Yeah.
doing that.
Council
remember
approach?
having-
Council approach?
Seriously? But her story makes sense. Harmony would be behind her, which means Adam could have reached right back there and punched her right in the face. And then if she tried to intervene, we all know, seen her pictures. So Hamilton, it's probably true. They cared about their illegal substances. But she clearly had some domestic violence, as we've all agreed on. And I didn't like the lawyer kind of victim shaming her.
Rephrase the question.
And after you ate, you and Adam did some drugs.
Yes.
And you did not ask Badero to call 911.
No.
You did not ask your friend Badero to come out to the car to maybe help you while you checked on Harmony.
No.
You did not ask to take Harmony up to Badero's apartment to maybe clean her up and make sure she was okay.
No.
Okay. And fair to say today you don't know where you got those drugs from?
We were
probably
always at
didn't.
Colonial Village where he lived, and he's the one that we got drugs off of.
Okay.
She probably didn't care where she
And,
got them from. She got them.
But you do recall actually feeding all three children in the back seat, right?
Yes.
And you recall that you were feeding them, and do you recall that you said that you were feeding them with one hand because your other hand was in the bag for your food?
No.
Okay. So let's talk about why you left the Colonial at that point where eventually the car broke down. Okay. Did you have concerns about Harmony in the car at the time that you left?
No.
Did you look at Harmony at all in the car before you left?
No.
And you said that Adam, struck her God knows how many times,
Yes.
and that she had been crying, and that Adam actually got scared that he had hurt her.
Yes.
And you never checked.
No.
And you described on direct when you were talking to the state that whenever you all were out in public, Harmony would be covered up so no one would see.
Right.
That wasn't quite true, right?
Not in the beginning.
Okay. And not at Burger King.
Yes, she was under the blanket in Burger King.
Okay. Do you recall saying that she had a blanket on her lap
No.
when you were feeding her?
I just knew the blanket was there.
And that you put little pieces of food on her blanket that was on her lap to feed her?
No. I don't remember putting pieces of food on her lap.
Because she
So
could
to
have
toss back a sandwich?
fed herself
Okay.
a sandwich.
And you had no concerns about Harmony?
No.
You said that she was moaning before she was at Burger King?
Yeah.
And you said that she was moaning after Burger King?
Yes.
And that moaning had you concerned?
Yes.
But you didn't check?
No.
And I think you just said because you weren't concerned.
No, I am concerned. I was concerned.
Okay. And you didn't check on her?
No.
And Adam, you described as being scared that he would had hurt her.
Yes.
And where did you go from? Where were you going from the village?
I don't remember where we were going. I don't remember if we were going to figure out how to get money to get more drugs. I don't remember what we were doing. I don't
Okay.
remember why we left.
Okay. So that if this were true, then Adam would be driving around with a critically injured child in the back seat in public.
Right.
And it would have been a pretty important place to have to go for him to take that sort of risk of driving around with a critically injured child in the back seat.
He didn't care.
Okay. And
It's
you did or
maybe-
did not?
I felt like I had no say.
Okay.
Anytime I said something, I'd get yelled at.
Or
Okay.
hit.
And then you say that at the intersection, by the way, what drugs did you do that day?
I remember doing heroin or fentanyl.
Okay. Not crack.
I don't remember if we did that or not.
Okay. So when you said on direct that it was heroin and crack, that's not what you recall.
I don't remember doing both or not.
But you do recall heroin and fentanyl.
Yes.
Okay. And
Doesn't that make you fentanyl definitely makes you sleepy, but doesn't the other one, it's a like rack with a C would make you hyper, and a hero and doesn't that make you sleepy? Definitely with the ethanol. That definitely makes you sleepy. I don't get it how they were
so
even
we
functioning.
discussed timing with the Colonial at 7 and then the breakdown late morning, right?
Yes.
So you were at the Colonial for a few hours.
We were at the clinic at 7.
And then Burger King and then the Colonial.
Yes.
And so you were at the Colonial parking lot for a few hours or a couple of hours before you left for wherever it was you were going.
I don't think we were there that long.
Do you recall the tow truck driver, do you recall going back to the intersection and the tow truck driver was there?
You're talking about after the car broke down?
Uh-huh.
Yes, I remember when we got brought back.
Okay. And that was like after 12:30 or so, right?
Yeah, something like that.
And how long did it take you to walk to Mr. Vadero's from the car?
I don't know. It felt like a long walk. I don't remember how long.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know. I just thought those two were down here sleepy and this one was up here. What happens in between, I don't know. But I don't know if there's going to be another witness at least before lunch because she hasn't even gotten to the part
So
we
let's
did
see.
with her for all those months.
In that time that you were in the Colonial parking area on the 6th prior to the car breaking down, Harmony was in the car, but she was dead, right?
No.
Is this?
It seems that's the maybe the-
Yes.
Because she's taking 1,000 ways around to get to this whole day, and we've not gotten to all those months. She may be on stand
Sorry.
every day.
Harmony was on the 7th, between your 7 o'clock session at the clinic, dosage at the clinic, to Burger King, to the parking lot, to using drugs, to late morning driving away.
Yes.
Harmony was dead in the car, right?
Not throughout that whole time.
Pardon?
Not throughout the whole time.
She was actually in the trunk of the car, right?
What?
Were you and Adam planning or trying to figure out what you could do with Harmony because she had died?
No, that didn't happen yet.
Okay. Okay. So,
Didn't even make any sense.
somewhere important, you had to go with Harmony in the car, and you break down at the intersection, right? The car
I didn't
does.
have anywhere important to go.
Okay. So at the intersection, there's Webster and Elm Street, right?
Yes.
Elm Street is a big road, 4-lane.
Yes.
4-lane in the sense that it has turning lanes, right?
Yes.
And Webster is smaller, 2-lane.
Well, it was still 2 lanes where we were. Yeah.
And then it changes. And so you were on Webster getting ready to get onto Elm Street.
I don't remember which way we were going, but I knew we were at the light. First car at the light.
So you don't know if you were in the 4-lane part or the 2-lane part of Elm Street or the 2-lane part of Webster?
We were right on Webster at the light.
Okay. And the light turns green and the car doesn't go.
Right.
And there are cars around you
Yes.
honking,
Yes.
looking at you.
No, they were just figuring out why the car was there. We had to keep telling them to drive around.
Okay. So you and Adam are sort of waving them around,
Yes.
or you're waving them around.
I was waving them around to go around the car.
Okay. And
Because she's not.
Adam, I think you said got the duffel bag out of the trunk,
Yes.
because the duffel bag was in the trunk, right?
Yes.
And Harmony's body was in that duffel bag already.
No.
Overruled.
You tell Adam, well, I think Adam asked you what to do, right?
Yes.
This is a pretty bad situation, right?
Right.
With Harmony in the car like she was.
Yes.
And Adam asked you what to do.
Right.
And you tell him that you should.
Yes.
Hamilton, if you're asking if they were mixed, I believe so, because they went to the clinic. And then they went and got H and F and maybe C. I don't know. I don't know. And then they're driving. You know, they obviously cannot make good decisions. So now she's going to get blamed because he asked her what to do. Well, that doesn't surprise me. Why wouldn't he ask her, well, what do I do? I did something horrible. What do I do? What should I do?
So you tell Adam that
Sustained. Well, approach if you want to approach.
I'm glad we're not playing the when they approach drinking game today. Oh, I don't have anything. I don't have anything, but I'm not getting a warm fuzzy feeling that we're going to maybe one more witness today, maybe. I wouldn't think, Hamilton, that they would do it all together. I don't know. To me, I've always figured they did the one that made you hyper, for lack of a better word, and then did the ones that made you kind of just zone out, relax, to come down off of that. I have no idea.
And at that intersection, you all pack up and go to Badero's, right?
Right.
And that was your idea.
No.
It wasn't?
No.
I'm going to refer you to, I'm going to approach first, John.
But that would be because they've done it, right? So they need to do more to not feel sick, correct? Like, don't they, what's that called? Is that called, oh, I'll get in trouble for saying it, dope sick, right? And that's the danger of it. Because nobody knows how much stuff of that F is in the other stuff. Koala is Hamilton's safe word. That's what I thought about when you said, I'd be like, oh, koala, just stop.
I'm going to show you a copy of the transcript of your June 3rd interview. I'm going to move this clip a bit because it might be hidden if I had to. And ask you again to review a portion of it, and I'm going to ask you a question, and that is the area.
Yeah, and it's sad, Gabrielle, because they don't get a chance to maybe get off of things and get their life back together because they just get a bad batch. Oh, my gravy.
Okay.
And
I like that one too,
you
Stormy.
told Adam that you should go to Badero's,
I
right?
asked him if we should.
Okay, so it was your idea, right?
Yeah.
And you gathered, Adam grabbed a duffel bag from the trunk.
Yes.
You got your purse and stuff from the trunk.
No, my purse was not in the trunk.
Okay, so you got your purse and you got some stuff in the trunk. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You got some diapers for the kids,
Yes.
and you couldn't take too much with you because you were walking with all the kids to Mr. Badero's.
Right.
And you can't wait around for any kind of help because you have to get Harmony's body away from that car as soon as you can.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about discovering that Harmony was dead. I think on direct, you said that Adam opened the door and said something like, baby girl, wake up, or wake up, baby girl.
Yes.
And she wasn't moving.
Right.
And that's when he popped open the trunk, you said.
The trunk wouldn't open.
It did eventually, though, right?
We moved the car seat out of the car so that he could move the seat to get into the trunk.
Okay. And Adam checked her breathing.
He was just trying to wake her and she wouldn't wake up.
Okay. Do you remember Adam saying that Adam put his hand over her heart?
No.
True.
And so that didn't happen? You don't have a recollection of Adam putting his hand over her heart?
No, I don't.
Okay. But you did tell the police that in June of 23rd that he put his hand over her heart to check her.
He was checking her, but she wasn't waking up.
Okay. So he did put his hand over her heart to check her.
He tried waking her up. I don't remember the hand on the heart.
Okay.
I don't either. And the car seat they took out, was that her when they had to get into the trunk? That's even worse.
Do you remember telling the police on June of 2023 that he checked her breathing and like put his hand on her heart?
No.
Okay, I'm going to show you. Copy of that same transcript, okay? And ask you to review that paragraph there, okay?
I still don't remember that, but I can see that I said that, but I don't remember it happening.
Okay. But what you told the police back in June of 2023, you were telling them as if it was a memory, right?
Right.
So either it wasn't a memory or that memory is gone.
I don't remember.
And you also checked Harmony, and she wasn't breathing.
Right.
You checked her neck and you checked her wrists.
Yeah.
And you were looking for a pulse.
Yeah.
Must have been panicking.
Yeah.
Did you do that before or after you were waving cars around?
After.
Okay. So after you have checked Harmony, you're saying that you went to the back of the car and you were sort of waving cars around to get them around your car.
Yeah.
Okay. And how long did you do that?
Until we got the stuff out of the car that we needed to get out.
Okay, so are you doing that while Adam is getting stuff out of the car?
No, we're both on each side of the car doing the same thing, trying to get stuff out.
Which side of the car were you on?
I don't remember.
Okay. And
Does
you
it
claim that as these cars are going around and beeping and everything, that Adam put Harmony into a duffel bag.
Yes.
And the four of you walked to Colonial Village.
Right.
Okay, how would he put her in a duffel bag if cars are right there? How?
Now, on direct,
makes
you
sense.
said that you never saw Harmony bleed.
Yeah, I didn't.
Okay. Did you ever see blood on her?
Not that I remember.
Okay. And you told the police that while Adam was throwing stuff in the back and cleaning the car, that you told the police that Adam was putting stuff in the bag and cleaning the car, right?
After
After what?
After we got to Anthony's and he brought us back to the car to get stuff out
Uh-huh.
and he cleaned it.
Okay. And you said that he cleaned the back seat because he had blood on his hands from hitting Harmony.
I don't remember.
Yes.
Ugh. I don't have anything. I don't get the whole thing though about putting her in a duffel bag with everybody going by a stalled car. So I don't get that.
You were asked what Adam was cleaning, and you said that the back seat because he had blood on his hands from hitting Harmony, right?
I don't remember that day of him doing that. I just remember cleaning the car after.
Okay. I'm going to ask you the questions, and then we'll do some more. You said that Harmony had a bloody nose, and he had blood on his hands from hitting her, and he was wiping the seat with a napkin, right?
Overruled. I don't remember it that day that she passed away that was happening.
Okay. And you were asked if Badero said anything about Adam's bloody hand, right?
Not that day.
Okay, I'll go through. And you said no, he had already cleaned up his hands because that event, the bloody nose thing, happened days before, right?
Right.
And you were asked more about whether Harmony had blood on her on her that day.
Right.
And you said you saw dried blood on her face, right?
Right.
And you said that that was the day the car broke down that you saw dried blood on her face.
Right.
Okay. So I'm going to go through the transcript and ask about some of those other things that you didn't remember and see if it refreshes your recollection.
Approach.
They might be secretly taking shots while they're up there. At least the judge and the state. Maybe even the defense at this point. Also, was it snowing when you got your report card that day? Or sunny? Ah, she's. I don't. think she's getting to where she's trying to go. That's back when we had blizzards. We don't have blizzards here anymore.
Again, it's that transcript from June 23rd. And ask you to review portions of that transcript. I'm going to show you 229.
Enjoy.
Down to all of 229 and 230.
That would shut my whole town down. They would be panicking right now. The stores would be cleared. I'm trying to. I know what you're talking about. That whole movie is hilarious, and I'm trying to remember that exact part. I may have to go look at it. Gabrielle, we usually get like one good snowfall a year here now. We've already had it. Sometimes we get one in February, and it's 5 or 6 inches, and it's, Panic City, and then it's gone in like a week, maybe. Yeah, you guys are gonna have to go rewatch the show. I probably have time during this defense cross-examination. I do remember that part.
Policeman. That help refresh your recollection?
Shut your mouth, Brandon. We have to.
So you did tell the police that Harmony had a bloody nose and had blood on it. He had blood on his hands and was wiping the seat with a napkin.
Yeah, but that happened days before. That happened before she died.
Sure. But the wiping was on when the tow truck driver was there?
Yeah, when we went back to the car,
Okay.
I remember cleaning.
Okay. And it was for the blood that was on the car?
I don't remember what it was for. Adam just wanted to clean it.
Okay. But you recalled that you did see blood, you said, on Harmony's face,
Yeah.
right? And it was that day, right?
Yes.
And where you saw Adam cleaning was around the area that Harmony was sitting, right?
Right.
And you said that Adam had blood on his face that day? I mean, on his fist that day?
Yeah, on his hands.
And that Harmony had blood on her face?
Dried blood, yeah.
Right. But not from days before. Are you saying she had dried blood from days before?
Yeah, she had dried blood on her face.
From days before?
Yeah.
And you never cleaned her face for days?
No, he just kept her under the blanket.
Okay.
Okay. What? Whoops.
Now you said Friday, that you and Adam had talked about what to do together. Is that right? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that you sort of came together with the plan to say that Adam had taken Harmony
Sound like
to her mother's.
That's what Adam told me to say, yes.
Okay.
I don't think they did much for her. Yep.
I am going to switch over now to when you go to Fifth. Okay?
Which time?
With Adam Declan, and Seamus,
Okay.
and the body of Harmony.
Okay.
And so Adam no longer had a car after December 7th, right?
Right.
And he no longer had the freedom to drive wherever he wanted to, right?
Right.
And when he drove, there would be somebody else in the car, right? He would be driving someone else's car, right? And sometimes he drove Badero's car, right?
That was way before.
Okay. And you still didn't have any money, right?
Right.
And from 2 days in Badero's car, you go to your mother's.
Right.
And I think you actually go to an aunt's or something, and from there, your mother comes over and gets you off.
Yes.
And you could only stay for a very limited time.
Yes.
She might get in trouble with her landlord.
Yes.
And so you were trying to get into the shelter.
Yes.
And you worked and applied and everything like that for the shelter.
Yes.
Would you walk over there to do that?
Yes, we did.
Okay. So you, Adam, and the kids would walk over to the shelter to apply for shelter there.
We walked to city welfare.
Okay. And would you, Adam, and the kids be in the office all together making the application?
When we filled out the application, yes.
Okay.
And then I saw the case manager. I don't remember if we were together or if it was just me.
Okay. Now, when you told the jury that it fit, you had taken the duffel bag from the ceiling.
Actually, no, it's a mistake.
Overruled.
Maybe push.
Yes.
She did. Did she say she took the duffel bag from the ceiling? Did she say they took the duffel bag from the ceiling? Did she say he took the duffel bag from the ceiling? I don't remember her saying that she took it. Did she say that? I don't know anymore. I wonder if she can hear them. She's looks like she's listening. I thought they said that, yeah, he took it out. That would make more sense to me.
I didn't realize I had said it. Adam took the duffel bag down from the ceiling, right?
Yes.
And Adam was the one that put the duffel bag in the ceiling in the first place, right?
Yes.
And you said that he took the duffel bag down from the ceiling and had it in the shower for hours.
Had it in the bathroom. Yes.
Oh, was there a shower there?
Yes.
And did he have it in the shower for hours?
Naughty,
I don't
naughty.
remember.
Okay. Okay. And from the bathroom, where did it go?
To the closet.
In what?
Trash bag.
Okay. And then what?
CMC bag.
Okay. So it went from the bathroom into a trash bag, one of those big black things.
Yes.
And from there, it goes into the closet. For how long?
I don't know, a day or two.
Okay. And there, the trash bag and Harmony's body goes in the CMC bag.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you identified Exhibit 85 as pretty much a duplicate of the bag that you got from CMC, right?
Yes.
And this is a bag that's given when you give birth at CMC, right?
Yes.
And it's for diapers and carrying things around for your children, right?
Yes. Diaper bag.
Pardon?
Diaper bag.
Okay. And from the CMC bag with the trash bag and Harmony's body,
Yes.
where does it go?
To Portland Pie.
Okay. And then where?
To Union Street.
How?
In a tote.
Okay. Where did it, from where to where did it go to Union Street? Where did it get in the tote?
From the shelter.
So how did the CMC bag get back to the shelter?
It came back from Adam's work to the
Okay.
shelter.
Who brought it back?
Adam,
Okay. Who brought it to Portland Pie?
I did.
Okay. So are you saying that it's in the CMC? There's a body in a trash bag in the CMC bag in the tote
Not in the tote at the time.
when you go to Union?
When we go to Union, yes.
Okay. And so you told okay. So you take the tote, you take the CMC bag, but not the tote, to Portland Pie. Not the plastic, right?
I'm confused.
So am I. I'll back up. Sorry. To reorient ourselves, at some point, you say that Adam takes the body down from the ceiling tiles.
Yes.
And it's because there's a smell.
Yes.
And it's because other people in FIT are concerned about the smell.
Yes.
And you all are concerned that somebody might be checking the place to find out about the smell
Yes.
because you've heard the complaints
Yes.
and you're scared.
Yes.
And I think you said Adam takes Harmony's body down into the bathroom
Yes.
and takes her body out of the duffel bag
Yes.
and puts her body in a trash bag
Yes.
and puts the trash bag in the closet.
In the CMC bag in the closet.
Okay. So from the bathroom, is her body put in the CMC bag?
In the trash bag. The trash bag's in the CMC bag.
And that all happens in the bathroom.
Yes.
And then you said, I believe on direct, that Adam tells you to take the CMC bag to Portland Pie.
Yes.
Tell me about that.
He had asked me to bring her body in the CMC bag to his work at Portland Pie
When?
while we were at the shelter.
Was it right after you say that he put the body in the CMC bag?
Yes.
So like the next day?
I don't remember if it was the next day or a couple of days.
Okay. And where was he when he did this? Was he in the shelter with you saying, bring this body to me?
Yes.
So he's in the shelter with you and at some point goes to work
Yes.
and has told you to bring the CMC bag to work.
Yes.
Why didn't he just take the CMC bag?
I don't know.
Okay. So you have 2 kids and a stroller, right?
Yes.
And so tell me about those arrangements, getting the seat and you take all of that to Portland Pie.
Yes.
Tell me about how you did that.
It was a double stroller. So I had one kid in the front and there's a basket underneath and I put the CMC bag in the basket and then the other kid was on the other side, on the other seat.
Okay. So you take the CMC bag out of the closet and put it on the stroller?
Yes.
And is that inside fit or outside fit that you loaded on the stroller?
Inside.
And then you get your kids arranged
Yes.
as well inside.
Yes.
And then you walk down the street. And I think you said it took about 15 minutes or so.
Yes.
And you are walking with your children and the body of Harmony in a CMC bag to Portland Pie.
Yes.
And why? Why was it going there? Did you know?
He asked me to do it.
Okay. And you didn't say anything, ask him why or anything?
He said he was doing it so that the smell wouldn't be at the shelter.
Okay. Did you tell him he should take it with him?
No, he called me when he was at work and told me to bring it.
Okay. So he didn't tell you to do that while he was at Fit.
He
You
was
said,
thinking about it, but I didn't think he was really going to do that.
okay. So he mentioned it at Fitz, but then calls you from Portland Pie and says, come on down.
Yes.
Okay. And
Then you can come in and
then
object.
you have a place at Union Street, right?
Yes.
And somehow the body has returned to Fit
Yes.
before you moved to Union Street.
Yes.
And you don't know how.
Adam brought it back.
Did you see him bring it back?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember if it came back. Yeah, because we had to bring it to the apartment.
Okay. And you brought it?
Now it's frozen.
The CMC bag in a plastic storage container, right?
Yes.
And you went to the Union Avenue apartment, and again, you have a stroller with your two sons,
Yes.
and now it is a plastic container that is on the stroller.
Yes.
Okay. And it wasn't a plastic container on the stroller when you went to Portland Pie.
No.
Okay.
She just said it was in the CMC bag. You're trying to get her to slip up because you failed.
And when you got to Portland Pie, you and Adam put the body in a refrigerator.
It was his job,
Okay.
so he did.
That was his job. It was
His
to
job
handle.
was at Portland Pie.
Okay.
So he took the CMC bag inside, and he said he put it in the freezer.
I'm sorry. I meant to be asking about Union Street, and I know that I misstate sometimes. So at Union Street,
She's.
I
I don't know,
you're on the
dear.
second floor,
Yes.
and you sign the lease and everything like that. And Adam brings the body upstairs,
Yes.
and the CMC bag is put in the refrigerator.
It's in the tote.
Okay.
When we were walking to Union Street,
I'm
the
with
bag
you.
was in the tote. He brought the tote upstairs and put it in the closet.
Okay. And from the
Great.
closet, it went to the refrigerator.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Earlier, before I was specifically going over your activities at Fit and Union and Portland Pie, I had talked to you about a conversation that you had with Detective Dunleavy after the June 3rd interview, right?
Yes.
And you said that you had gone up to him and said that you had forgotten to tell him during the June 3rd interview that you had taken the diaper bag from the freezer and walked with it in the stroller to meet Adam at the back of Portland Pie. That's
Right.
what you told
You're
Detective
good,
Dunleavy,
Hamilton.
right?
Right.
It's just where we are
And that
right
you
now.
said the bag was there for 1 to 2 weeks, and then it was brought back to the Union Street apartment, right?
Right.
Okay. A little bit different from what you've just described, right?
Right. But I remember bringing it to his job from the shelter.
That's hilarious. Yeah, don't apologize. That's just where we are because we are all, our minds are turning to jello. We don't know what we're doing anymore or what's being said.
As I said, I look for what we consider to be natural breaking points. This sounds like one of them. So we're gonna break for lunch. So I'm gonna ask you to come back in an hour. So come back at 1 o'clock, please. We'll start at hopefully at about 5 after. I remind you, don't discuss the case with each other or with anybody else. Do not do any independent research. Make sure all your banners and notifications are turned off on your phones. No independent research. All right.
The jurors are like, do we have to? Can we just go home for the day? Can you call us when you're done with this witness? Not a jello. And Stormy, the employees saw it. They saw the bag, or they saw the tote. They saw something. But they obviously didn't see what was in it. Are they done? They're approaching. Yeah. We don't know what was said because we stopped paying attention 2.5 hours. Well, 2 hours ago. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I read that they saw it. I don't know if any of them are testifying or not, because I don't know that we're ever going to be done with this witness. Let me just make sure they're not going to say anything. Good thing is we get to fast forward through lunch, but it won't. We'll be live here very soon. Make sure that they don't slip anybody in, like a surprise witness to entertain us all. All right, well, I'll just let that play. Yeah, and having to walk down the street, because that's what he asked her to do, to bring her to the pie company, which I, for a long time, was thinking it was like pies, like cherry pie, not pizza pie. But it's pizza. It was. I don't think it's there anymore, if that makes any of you feel any better. So they should be coming back anytime. I know that makes you guys so excited. And me too. I never, ever, ever thought we'd be going after lunch with Kayla. I can say, Stormy, probably if you went in the kitchen of most restaurants you eat at, you'd be scared to eat anywhere. Who knows what he thought? And I was waiting for her, which my camera's not focusing, to be like, why did you not go to the police? Okay, what am I going to do with that? Come on, camera. Here I have the body that we've crunched down here into a bag. But I didn't do it, believe me, and my meth. Whoops. Brandon, I just know you're so excited. And if anybody doesn't know, Brandon's my son. So when I told him to shut his mouth, because we have had a big snow, wasn't being rude. Oh, yeah. You do know things, Stormy. Carmen worked at McDonald's. Yes. Hello, Super Son. And I don't know, Lisa. She may be. But he also, I think he knew he had her. She'd do whatever. I was not being rude. I do wish my camera would focus back on me. Is it there? There we go. Brandon, you were being rude because you didn't come eat dinner with us last night. So there. And I think your dad was really expecting you to. Even though he just told you where we were. Yeah, see? Hamilton has my back. Absolutely. That and DV, because she's too scared to do anything. You were invited when he told you where we were. You know that. Because when we left, he said, I can't believe Brandon and Bree didn't show up. And I said, I can. Yeah, we might. We might have to demote him to sidekick son. We did not party. We did not party. We ate dinner and we came home. Hare watched the Puppy Bowl, and then I was tired. Ah, that's just your name now, Brent. Sidekick. He's just a mini me like his dad. Yeah, I heard that you are correct. I won't say anything else. I just heard about a phone call you were going to make. I told my husband last night that there could be a drinking game during the Super Bowl of every time they said Taylor Swift or showed Taylor Swift, if you had to take a drink. Now see, Gabrielle, Carmen will have a mixed reaction about that one. She's very protective, and she'll also understand at the same time. So she'll be very conflicted and she won't know what to do.
Ready to bring the witness back? Fairness.
Yeah, I just didn't want to watch the Super Bowl because I'm just so tired of hearing about Taylor Swift, and I hope Swifties don't come get me. Oh, I hear it. I hear it.
The issue that I asked you to look at earlier.
I have to.
Oh, that's you want to approach.
I don't. I don't know. I mean, listen, I have nothing against her. She's made a great career. She's made lots of money. I'm just sick of hearing about her. And Travis Kelce. I don't care.
Please ready? Please rise for the jurors.
I saw none of it. Well, I saw the little bit that we saw while we were eating, and then it wasn't even through the first quarter. Yes, Stormy. We've said her name a lot, so I know you're at work. I'll have to go look at that. I have looked at nothing of it other than I saw the 49ers won because it was all over the news. Somebody tried to say that he proposed to Taylor Swift. I'm like, give me a break. He did not.
Please be seated.
Went into overtime, so it couldn't be bad. I hope your team won, Roseanne.
I'm going to go a little, sorry, a little bit backwards from what we were talking about when we took the break and talk about the order of the children in the car in the back seat.
We're backtracking.
Declan, I think you said, had
Oh.
a car seat.
I'm sorry.
Seamus had a car seat,
Yes.
and Harmony would wear a seatbelt.
Yes.
And I think that you said earlier today, Declan was in the middle, Seamus was on the driver's side, and Harmony was in the passenger side.
Yes.
In May 16 of, well, actually, in June of 2023, you described Harmony in the back seat after Burger King, leaning on Seamus's seat.
Yeah, she was always leaning on one of the car seats.
Okay, and you said it was Seamus's.
Okay, so I must have it mixed up. I don't remember. I always thought Declan was in the middle.
Okay. If you told them on the 23rd that it was June 23rd that it was a Seamus, it could have been.
Yeah.
Okay. And then when you were on May 16, 2023,
Yeah.
you were talking about feeding the children, and you said Declan couldn't eat yet because he was an infant, but I gave Seamus a little piece at the time he was in the middle. Is that right?
Yes.
And that was as if it was a memory, that you were speaking from memory.
Yes.
And do you recall, because you talked about feeding Declan and putting the pieces in his mouth, do you recall if you did that?
I remember feeding one of them, both of them. I don't know.
Okay. And you talked about putting a sandwich on Harmony's lap, but not looking at her, right?
Right.
But you saw that she had a blanket on her lap, right?
Yeah. She always had a blanket on her.
And it was on her lap, you described it, right?
Yes.
Not over her, it was on her lap.
Right.
And
Oh, guys. Yep. Sorry.
you were
You caught up. So this is
not
almost
looking,
now.
but you were sitting and just handing stuff back.
Right.
Okay.
Go off. So sorry. I wondered why they were talking so slow.
So, a couple of things on Union Avenue and what you described at Union Avenue. I think that you described the tote was in the, not the tote, the
Yes.
plastic thing with the tote inside was in the closet, and then the tote was put in the refrigerator.
The bag was in the tote in the closet. Then the bag ended up in the refrigerator.
CMC bag.
Yes.
Yeah. And it was in the refrigerator for a bit until it was taken out to go into the bathtub.
Yes.
And after it was in the bathtub, it went in the freezer.
Yes.
Okay.
Make it a Who Cares koala bear.
And you talked about events in the freezer. I mean, in the shower. And described for the jury lime.
Yes.
And that lime was used in the shower.
No.
Did you say that lime was put in a bag?
Yes.
So that was on the floor of the bathroom. Is that what you're
Yes.
saying? And why lime?
Adam got the lime. I don't know where it came from.
Okay. Did y'all research lime and what it might do?
I did not.
Okay. It's not like anything was dissolving in the shower or anything, right? With the lime? In the
It
bathroom?
wasn't in the bathroom. It wasn't used in the shower.
Okay. But nothing was dissolving or anything with lime, right?
I have no idea.
You were in there.
Not the whole time.
Okay. You said that lime was put in a bag and then Harmony's body was put in a bag. You didn't see any reaction of her body to the lime, right?
No.
Nothing changed.
I didn't see her body getting put in the bag with the lime. Adam said that he was going to be putting her body in the lime, in the bag that has the lime in it.
Okay. Okay. And
So
you talked on
pause
direct.
just 1 second, because it's not like we won't catch up. So I was trying to figure out the difference between lime and lye. Lime, if I remember correctly, is used like in agriculture and spread maybe like on field. And then when it said lye, it was taught, like, it was saying that's an outdated thing. I'm like, I don't care. I just want to know. And I was asking my son because he he's a chemistry major, even though he'll tell me he doesn't remember that far back now. He just said, I asked, like, what's the difference? He said, I said, do you know the difference between lye and lime? He said, not off the top of my head. One, I think, is acidic. So I don't think they used the right thing. I think they wanted to use lye, but I think the lye would have dissolved things, but not the lime. He said, I'm a little out of practice, both alkaline. Okay. But I think if I remember correct, and it's hard telling if I do or not, I don't know. But I don't think they used the correct stuff. I know, surprising that addicts would not have the right stuff. I could make a joke, but I'd probably get in trouble, so I will not. But it's how they make stuff of what they starts with an M, ends with an H. They could have put it in that stuff because that probably would have dissolved it quite quickly because that's got a lot of nasty stuff in it. And he said, neither acidic. Hey, why don't you just get in chat, Brandon, if you're still listening? And yes, Hamilton. I mean, Adair, sorry. I have thought that this whole time they talk about lime. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I've never bought it. Because I don't need any. I don't do things to people, and I don't farm. But I do think they got the wrong one. Oh, he's listening. He's listening, Roseanne. He might have seen your comment because he keeps texting me what I'm talking about. I'll see what he just said because he just texted me. I already told him you're a chemistry major, Brandon. He said, I don't want everyone to know that a professionally certified chemist doesn't know the difference. It's been a day or two. He switched careers. So yeah. So he's how come that didn't show up? There. Do you see that comment, Brandon? Alrighty. This is just, I would say it's going off the rails. I think they used lime. They've never corrected if they used lye, Stormy. I don't know though, because I didn't take chemistry like my son or get a degree in it. But they've always said lime. Alrighty. No, I think they were trying to dissolve her, Gabrielle.
About a tool. Do you remember?
Also, if y'all get trouble for looking up this stuff on your phone, because don't do anything bad, because if you're all looking the stuff up on your phone, they're going to bring it back and use it against you. Just saying.
For that?
Yes.
And when you first spoke to the police, you told them that scissors were the only tool used in the shower, right?
I do not know.
What I remember, yes.
Okay. And the scissors were used to cut clothes off of Harmony.
Yes.
And you used the scissors
Yes.
and you cut off Harmony's hoodie.
Yes.
And you're saying Adam used the scissors
Yes.
and cut off her leggings.
Yes.
And those were the only tools in the bathroom, right?
That I saw, yes.
How big's the bathroom?
The bathroom wasn't that big.
Okay. You saw the things that were in the bathroom, right?
Yes.
And you claim to have seen a bag of lime in the bathroom, right?
Yes.
You didn't see any tools, right?
No, I saw a bag of lime and trash bags.
Okay. And there weren't any tools sitting outside the bathroom, right?
No.
Okay.
Right.
And you didn't hear any power saws?
No, because it was really loud.
What was really loud?
Our neighbor next door was a drunk and very loud, always blasting his music.
Okay. And you think that the music could have overcome power tools if they were used?
I believe so. Yeah, it was very loud all the time.
Okay. And when you first talked to the police, you actually denied that you helped Adam in the bathroom, right?
Right.
And you denied that you had anything to do with what he did in the bathroom.
Right.
You said that Adam didn't want you in the bathroom.
Right.
And then when you had to admit that you were in the bathroom,
Brandon loves that show.
you ended up admitting that you cut off the hoodie, right?
Right.
And you ended up admitting that you were zipping up the bag
Yes.
at the end.
Yes.
So you were in the bathroom for a while,
No.
for a few times.
Like a couple times, yes.
Okay. And otherwise, the shower was going.
Yes.
And so presumably the water is doing something.
Yes.
Running?
And a bag of lime on the floor in the bathroom would generally not be touched by a shower that's in the tub, right?
No, it was in the corner of the bathroom.
Okay. Away from the tub.
Yes.
Okay. But the shower, I think you said, was going continuously
Yes.
the whole time.
Yes.
And you could hear that.
That's what I saw.
Saw or heard?
I saw. I couldn't hear it, but I saw.
And you saw it going the whole time?
Not the whole time, but I assumed the whole time
Okay. Okay.
because he told me what he was doing.
Okay. And you and Adam were working together to take the clothes off of Harmony and put her in the bag.
I didn't put her in the bag.
You zipped up the bag.
He needed help zipping up the bag. I was there in the beginning and I was there in the end.
The defense
Sir, you
attorney.
need to step out or turn the pager off.
Oh, I thought that was the
Please
defense
step
attorney's
out.
phone.
Thank you. You would re-ask your question, Attorney Smith.
Will it eat bone and flesh?
I forgot what it was. Okay. So what you're saying now is you didn't know if the shower was going the whole time.
No.
Okay. Now you didn't know if Adam used any tools in the shower because you weren't there the whole time,
Right.
but you never saw any.
No.
And the police specifically asked you about tools
Yes.
and specific types of tools, right?
Yes.
And you told them that the only tool that Adam had was a box, a big box under the counter in the kitchen.
Yeah.
And that when he pulled out that box one time when he was losing it, he broke the counter.
Yes.
And it was a pretty big box, right?
Yes.
And you did not see any other power tools in the apartment
No.
before or since?
I'm sorry?
Before that day or after that day?
No.
Okay. And
Good roll,
they
Gabby.
actually showed you pictures of power tools
Yes.
to ask you about those power tools.
Yes.
And did they show you a picture of a big table saw?
Yes.
And that was or was not similar to what you had seen in the apartment?
It was similar to it.
Okay. I'm going to show you a picture. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes.
And is that what you're saying? Well, how do you recognize this picture?
It's a table saw.
Uh-huh. And was that the type of tool that you had seen in the apartment?
Yeah, there was a table saw in the box.
Okay. And I'm gonna ask that this page be marked
Good idea.
as an exhibit, Your Honor. It's not, it's remarked.
Just think after this, we get redirect. Aren't you guys excited?
Attorney Smith, for identification or full?
Full.
Any objection?
No, yeah.
All right, it can be marked as a full exhibit.
And they also showed you a picture of a circular saw, right?
I don't know the difference.
Okay, I'm going to show you another picture.
I don't see him, Brandon. I only saw him once.
And ask you if you recognize that, what's in that picture.
Yeah, that's what it looked.
Pardon?
It looked more like what it was than that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And you actually told the detective that it looked like the cordless compact circular saw.
No, it wasn't cordless.
Okay. You say it had a cord.
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, I'm sorry, I did not have this pre-marked. I would like this offered as a full
Well, then,
exhibit.
no. Well, Gabby, I'm glad I gave you something to look
Yeah,
forward
that's a full
to.
exhibit. Thank you.
And this is, thank you. And do you remember the detective saying out loud that, did it look like the cordless compact circular saw? And you said, yeah.
No.
Okay.
No deal, Brandon. No deal. We'll get this in closings. She'll recap it all. I'm just going to put stuff in my ears so I can't hear.
Got a copy of Defendant's Exhibit E for ID.
He's trying. The judge is just not giving him anything.
And I'm going to going to ask you to, again, look wherever you want. Let me put this in an easier position.
And I blasted my eardrums out this morning
But read
before I started the stream.
that portion at least.
I agree, Roseanne. I was expecting so much out of this, and it's been such a letdown. I thought she was going to be the witness, and it has been a snooze fest.
Yeah, it wasn't cordless.
They
Okay.
were
But the photograph that the detective had showed you was, as he said, of a cordless compact circular saw, right?
Right.
And the photograph that's been marked as I is in, at least indicates it's a cordless compact circular saw or cordless circular saw.
Yeah, that's
You
what it
have
says.
three
But it
names
wasn't
here.
cordless, the one that
Just
was in
saying.
the house, the
Okay.
apartment.
But that was the one that it looked like?
Yeah.
Okay. And then Detective Dunleavy showed you another photograph and asked if that perhaps looked like the tool under the sink.
That one?
No, a different one.
I don't know.
Do you recall him showing you a picture of a miter saw?
I don't even know what that is.
Okay. We'll get there.
Okay.
So earlier in direct, you were given a picture of a power tool, right?
No, we
Yeah.
won't come out
And
tonight.
you had signed that photograph, right?
Right.
Or I'm sorry, initialed it, right?
Yeah.
Do you know when you initialed it?
No.
Pardon?
No.
Was it recent or a long time ago?
I know I did some recent and I did some a long time ago, so I don't remember.
You signed some photographs recently and signed some a long time ago?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you.
You
And I keep
liar.
saying sign and I'm misstating. You
Liar.
initialed, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're lying
I'm
like
going to show
Kayla.
you what's been marked as States Exhibit 63.
For identification or full?
It's been in as full.
That was recent.
This you
Yes.
signed recently
Yes.
in one of those prep sessions.
Yes.
And back in
We try.
March 16, 2023, you did not sign Exhibit 63 as the tool that you had seen, right?
Right.
And if I may publish, Your Honor.
I'm only going out with you because it lasts for 8 hours. I leave at noon and get home like sometimes midnight. Just come just come eat lunch with me. That's what you say. And then I have dinner there.
The name
And the
of
dad
that
comes.
you saw on that photograph that you recently signed was M18 fuel 18 volt lithium ion brushless cordless size grinder with paddle switch tool only. Okay.
Yes.
I just had one beer last night, probably because Brandon wasn't there.
But back in March of 2023, when you were shown photographs,
True story.
identified the one that looked most like the tool as the cordless circular saw, right? I'll show you Defendant's Exhibit I.
I don't get what you're trying to say.
I don't
This
either.
cordless circular saw photograph was the one that you identified most like the tool that was under the counter.
Yes.
Okay. If I may, Your Honor?
Yep.
Be more interesting if she had the saw.
So how was it that you came to initial a grinder with paddle photograph? What happened? What was the exchange where you initialed it?
Because my mom had a similar tool just like that one. Adam asked to take it, and I said, no, you're not taking it. It's my mother's.
Okay.
And he wanted to take it, and I don't remember if he took it or not because he would have did it behind my back.
Okay. And there were never any new tools in the apartment, right?
Not that I knew of.
And you didn't see any new tools around the time that you're talking about the things that you and Adam did in the shower.
Right, but he also brought lime and whatever else into the apartment, and I had no idea.
Okay. And you also talked to the prosecutor about tools in your prep session, right?
Right.
And in that prep session, you said you didn't know of any tools, but Adam said he wanted to, right?
Yes.
And that came in the most recent prep sessions that Adam told you he wanted to use tools.
Right.
And you didn't say when they were asking you about tools in June 3rd or June 23rd, you didn't see any tools, but Adam wanted to use tools, right?
Right.
And you didn't say in March 16 of 2023 that you didn't see tools. There was an old thing that looked kind of like the circular saw, but Adam said he wanted to use tools, right? And when you're prepping for your testimony here, I think that you said your parole hearing was coming up in May.
I don't think it's
I
going to
don't
get
know about my hearing. I know my minimum is in May.
Okay, and so you are hoping for a parole hearing and to get out in May, right?
Yeah.
But it's not guaranteed, right?
No.
Okay. And on that time where the state had you initial that fuel grinder,
correct. No, no.
did they show you the picture and say, have you ever seen this?
Yes.
And you said, oh, my mom has one.
I said, yes, my mom had one. I saw that she had one of those.
Okay. And when they showed you this picture, that you thought it might be important to the case, right?
Because Adam asked to take it, and I
Okay.
told him not to.
Okay. And that's a real clear memory, right?
Right.
And it's something that you never mentioned in June or March 22, 23, right?
Because it didn't get brought up. I wasn't thinking about that.
Well, they were asking about tools, weren't they?
Yeah, but I wasn't thinking about tools that my mom had. I wasn't remembering that Adam wanted to take that.
Okay. Okay.
He didn't get her.
And what was that tool? Did you remember what it was?
A handsaw.
Okay.
That's what I call it anyway.
Okay.
Okay.
And what were the circumstances that you saw it at your mom's place?
Because my mother works with wood. She has her own refurbishing company, and she does her own woodwork.
Okay.
And she just got it. It was brand new in the box.
Okay. So if it was brand new and purchased, it was brand new in December of 2021.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
The police showed you a photograph of the CMC bag when you were doing the interview in June of 2023, right?
Yes.
And you identified that as the same type of bag, the same as the one that you got from Catholic Medical Center when you had your child.
Yes.
And you actually thought that it was your bag.
Right.
You thought they had found the bag.
Yeah.
And you had thought that because you recognized this little spot
Yeah.
in the photograph. I may publish, Your Honor.
Is that going to be a red spot that we are not going to be able to see? It can't be very big.
Talked about what you described as the treatment of that CMC bag. You say that Harmony's body was taken down from the ceiling at Fit and put into the shower at Fit
Yes.
and put into a trash bag and into the CMC bag.
Yes.
And that body stayed in this CMC bag for a while.
Yes.
And then you took the CMC bag down the street to Portland Pie.
Yes.
And then the CMC bag came back to
Objection, Your Honor. No approach.
I'm not sure. I think she's getting to what she was going to say about that bag. It is bad, but it's really bad that they got her in that bag. I mean, I realized she was tiny. She was only 35 pounds. She was just a tiny little girl. But yeah, that bag's not very big to get a body into.
and that Harmony's body was in the closet in that bag at Union, right?
Yes.
And that then it was Harmony's body was in the refrigerator in that bag.
Yes.
And then Harmony's body was in the bathroom with water running and her body and lime and all that stuff in that bag.
Yes.
And then in the freezer.
Yes.
And then taken away.
Yes.
And you believed that this bag was the same bag
Yes.
because of that little dot there.
Yes.
Because the last time you saw the bag, that was the only stain on the bag or something.
Not the only stain, but that was a stain that would not go away.
Ah, did you wash the bag?
No, but I tried getting it off
How?
by rubbing it off,
Okay.
wiping it,
Pardon?
wiping it.
Okay. Okay. Now after the thing in the shower, Adam became pretty despondent, right?
What does that mean?
Hurt inside.
Yeah.
And you said that he tried to kill himself.
Yeah.
And you told him that he had to live and be there for the kids,
Right.
and that the kids need him and you needed him and he shouldn't do it.
Yes.
Basis?
Without your, if I may rephrase, Your Honor,
All right, you may rephrase. The question is withdrawn, the objection is sustained.
without saying exactly what you said, you tried to talk about your lives together to give him something to live for.
Yes.
Okay. And the main focus of that was the kids.
Yes.
Okay. The completely changing the subject, I want to take you back to the summer of 2019, and you testified about Kevin and Adam having an argument and you overhearing it.
Yes.
And the argument was about Kevin Montgomery's failure to pay bills that he had promised to pay, right?
Part of it. Yeah.
Okay. You all were kind of left in the lurch because those bills weren't paid, right?
Yes.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Oh no, she might be done. She might be
Thank
done.
you, Your Honor.
Who knows? When you're ready.
If I may just have a moment.
He may be thinking he isn't going to redirect because nobody remembers what she testified to. Hampton, I don't know what you wrote that you want to delete. I don't see anything bad.
Tree Knowles, I need you to have a microphone there, so I don't know if you. Thank you.
Thanks,
I don't know where my cursor is, but yep,
Are you ready?
Thank
she
you.
got absolutely nowhere.
You just said that part of that argument was about failure to pay bills. Can you tell the jurors what the other part of that argument was about?
Was about Adam hitting Harmony.
It was about, I'm sorry.
Adam hitting Harmony.
Okay. And this bag that you have identified,
Yes.
is it similar? Is it identical to the one that was brought to the Econo Lodge?
Yes.
Is it identical to the one that Adam left in the U-Haul?
Yes.
And the stains that you mentioned, when did they make it onto that bag?
Before we left Guilford Street.
Before you left Guilford Street.
Yes.
And so that would have been before Harmony's body was ever placed in the bag,
Yes.
before the defendant murdered Harmony,
Yes.
before he beat her to death in that parking lot.
Yes.
Was that
Sustained.
let me rephrase, Judge. Was that before he beat her to death in the parking lot?
Yes.
Add a couple
Attorney
words.
Smith just showed you several items, saws, and I want to be very clear. The saw in my right hand was what the defendant discussed.
Objection, meeting.
Sustained.
Foundational question. Did he testify on direct that the saw in my right hand was the one that the defendant used, discussed using to dismember Harmony?
Yes.
Did he say that on direct? Because that's in fact what he did. He discussed using this to dismember Harmony.
Yes, he did.
And the saw in my left hand that the defense attorney showed you just now, was this similar to the item that was under your countertop?
Yes.
Attorney Smith asked you, she asked you about if that's when the defendant was losing it. What does losing it mean to you? Was that when he was hitting you? Was that something else?
Everything. He was abusive. He, in all ways, physical, emotional, and mentally.
You said physical, you said emotional, and you said mentally.
Yes.
And let's unpack that. How is he physical with you? How is he physically abusive towards you in that period before you escaped him?
He thought that I was telling on him or cheating on him or trying to kill him.
Okay. And how is he physical with you in those interactions?
He wanted me to tell him who I was cheating on him with or if I was working with the cops, and I kept saying that I didn't, and he kept hitting me anyway. And then I started telling him that I did, even though I wasn't, and he still kept hitting me anyway.
And let's talk about that. Why would you tell him that you were doing these things, working with the police, why would you tell him that, even though you weren't at the time?
So that I wouldn't get hit.
Did he still hit you?
Yes.
You said that he was emotionally abusive to you. Tell the jurors about that.
Because he'd go back and forth with telling me to tell him that I was working with the cops, and he would accuse me of sleeping with the guy downstairs, sleeping with all these different people, that I came out of the window one night. I couldn't take care of the kids. He wouldn't let me do anything without him being there.
You said that he was mentally abusive to you. Can you tell the jurors how?
By asking me if I was working with the cops and making sure that I stuck with the story that he brought me to work and dropped me off and was bringing Harmony to her mom.
And can you tell us who came up with that story?
He did, Adam.
And you stuck to it.
Yeah.
You stuck to it even though you knew you weren't working at the time. I'll rephrase. Did you stick to it even though you knew you weren't working at the time?
Yes.
Attorney Smith asked you about Adam being pure evil. Did you think that Adam was pure evil?
When he would start going crazy, yeah.
And you mentioned the evil eyes. When he looked at you in that moment, evil eyes. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
And was that right after he'd beaten Harmony?
Yeah, it just got worse.
Were there also good times with the defendant in that period?
Yeah. But it was mostly bad.
And in those bad times, were you hoping for the good times?
Yeah.
Kayla, do you still love the defendant?
I still care about him. Because he's the father of my children. He was my best friend. It's been hard for me to just let go.
Kayla, I want to switch gears with you just a bit. You mentioned that after the defendant had beaten Harmony to death, after your car died at that intersection, after the defendant realized that Harmony was dead, that he got a duffel bag out of the trunk. And Attorney Smith asked you about him getting that duffel bag out of the trunk. And you said that the trunk would not open.
Yeah.
And he had to go in through the back seats.
Yeah.
Can you tell the jurors why the trunk wouldn't open?
When the car died, nothing was
electronic was working, the windows wouldn't go down, the car just stopped working.
Kayla, I'm going to switch gears with you again. And I'm sorry to bounce around like this, but you talked about Mr. Badero, Anthony Badero, being a source of drugs, an occasional source of drugs.
Yes.
And Attorney Smith asked you about how these drugs would be purchased.
Yes.
And I believe the testimony that she asked you about was that sometimes you'd pay for them, sometimes he'd give them to you for free. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Would Mr. Badero also accept food stamps or SNAP as a form of payment for drugs?
Yes.
And when you were living in the car, is that a form of payment that he accepted?
Yes.
Did that lead to your family having to eat baby food as a result?
Yes.
Who was eating baby food while you were living in that car?
All of us. Myself and the boys in Harmony.
Attorney Smith asked you about trying to keep things quiet in the parking lot of the Colonial Village Apartments that morning around 2, 3 a.m. when you woke up and the defendant was beating Harmony, striking her blow after blow. And you talked about the children not screaming. Is that because at the same time he was telling them to shut the fuck up? I think that was your testimony on direct.
Yes.
Who was he telling to shut the fuck up?
Harmony.
And was that before, during, or after he was brutally beating her?
Before and after.
Attorney Smith asked you several questions about Harmony, the changes that were happening to her. And she said that it was difficult for Harmony because of all the changes. And you agreed with that, but I want to ask you about that. Was it difficult for Harmony because of all the changes that she was going through?
Why don't you finish the question and then I'll rule on the objection.
So Kayla, was it difficult for Harmony because of all the changes she was going through, or because she was terrified of the defendant?
Sustained. You may rephrase the question.
By the way, we might get recrossed too, just so you know.
Kayla, was it difficult for Harmony because of her fear of the defendant? It's a direct question. It's not a leading question.
I just wanted, she has asked, they haven't, but she has asked after he redirects if they have anything else on to recross. So maybe she won't ask this time because I think she's asked everything under the sun. Not every courtroom does it, Stormy. I kind of like it because then it doesn't give one side the advantage to end kind of on a gotcha moment or something like that. I think I like the other thing I like too that's becoming more popular is the jurors being able to ask questions. This would be a good case for that.
So Kayla, was Harmony, was it because of all of these changes, or was it for some other reason?
Overruled.
Or was it for some other reason?
I think it was all of it.
And let's talk about all of it. Can you tell the jurors what all of it is?
Adam being abusive, physically and mentally, and everything she went through from
At
her
least no.
mom and her dad.
And Kayla, when you say Adam being abusive, you're talking about the accidents that you would have.
Yes.
During your cross-examination, this was last week, the defense attorney said during her examination of you that Harmony died in the car with you, right? And you weren't able to explain the answer that you'd given. Who else was in the car with you, with Harmony, when Harmony died?
Adam and the two boys.
And who was striking her repeatedly right before she died?
Adam.
Are you aware that the defense argued in their opening that something happened to Harmony in the middle of the night, and that thing killed her before the defendant was even around?
Right.
So is that true?
No.
Did Harmony die in the middle of the night alone with you when the defendant wasn't even there?
No.
So when you testified during the defendant's examination that you thought Harmony was sleeping but then found out she was dead,
Yes.
was that in the middle of the night, or was that the next day after your car broke down?
That was the next day.
That was after the methadone clinic.
Yes.
Kayla, you were just asked, so you were asked last Friday, about a letter that you'd written with various demands. Do you remember that? It's the defense exhibit G.
Yes.
In that letter, you discuss betraying the defendant, and the attorney asked you if you wrote betraying, but you weren't asked to explain what betraying meant. Can you tell the jurors what you meant when you said betraying?
I felt like I was betraying him, Adam, by telling what happened to Harmony. And I was fighting with myself. Because I didn't want him to be mad at me for doing the right thing.
Were you referring to the secret that you'd been keeping for 2 years?
Yes.
Were you referring to telling the truth about him beating Harmony to death? I'll strike that question, Judge. Last week, you were asked to describe a conversation that you had with the defendant where he agreed to take the fall for Harmony's death, but you weren't asked to explain what that meant. What did you mean when you said take the fall, or when he said take the fall?
That he wants me with the children. And no matter what happens, he's the one at fault.
Was he taking the fall for something that you did?
No.
Did you beat Harmony to death?
No.
Was he taking the fall for what he had done?
Yes.
You said that in the spring of 2020, the defendant was acting strange. He was accusing you of telling on him for what he'd done to Harmony. What did you mean when you said he was acting strange?
Every time we got high, as soon as he got high, he started freaking out and just accused me of working with the cops, thought there was cameras in the house, the TV, smashed every phone we had, just destroyed the whole apartment.
When you were asked about lying to the grand jury, you said that he was stuck in your head. What did you mean by that?
That I stick with the story that he told me to say.
And that was stuck in your head during your testimony.
Yes.
I want to talk about that list of items that you gave, your requirements, the things that you'd like before testifying. Did you get immunity?
No.
Thank you, Adair. I'm glad you're here too.
Where are you currently living, Kayla?
New Hampshire State Prison for Women.
Kayla, did you get to keep your children?
No.
Do you have any rights to them?
No.
Are you even allowed to speak to them right now, Kayla?
No.
You said that after the defendant repeatedly struck Harmony, after he put the blanket over her, after she moaned, after the strange crying, moaning stopped, after he did drugs, and after the car died, you thought that Harmony was asleep under that blanket.
Yes.
Why did you think that she may be sleeping after Adam repeatedly struck her?
Because she usually just goes to sleep after.
Kayla, why stay with someone? Why stay with someone that does this to you?
Because I was scared. And I still cared about him.
Why defend a person that does this to you?
Because I was scared of what would happen. I didn't want anybody getting in trouble.
Why stay with someone? Why stay with someone that does what he did to a helpless girl like this?
Because for some reason I still cared about him.
Why defend someone that beat her to death?
I don't know. I was scared.
Attorney Smith asked you about a proffer agreement, your agreement to provide information about what the defendant had done, what had happened to Harmony. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
And she asked you about how none of those statements could be used against you. I think you
Yes.
agreed with that.
Yes.
So I'm going to ask you, Kayla, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 102 for identification. I'm just going to ask that you review that document.
There's a lot of truth to that, Hamilton. And the hope that he'll change and the hope that he'll get off the illegal substances. There's a lot of that hope. I wondered about her kids. I didn't figure she probably had them. I don't know if somebody in the family has them or if they're, in foster care or just outright been adopted by somebody else. But I was very curious about that. I couldn't find anything on it. I'm also wondering if the defense attorney asked her questions in the way that she did so that she didn't get this type of reaction. She might be smarter than we gave her credit for, Gabby. Because he wants this reaction. She doesn't want this reaction.
Kayla, is that the agreement as you remember it?
Yes.
And do you recognize any of the signatures on that final page?
Yes.
Which one do you recognize?
Mine and my attorney and the AG.
Is that the true and correct agreement?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to admit states what's marked for identification as states 102.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. All right, the ID may be stricken and it'll be entered as a full exhibit.
I'm going to take it back. Kayla, does that agreement discuss how your statements can be used against you?
Yes.
Tell the jurors how your statements can be used against you.
If I lie.
Does it say what other than your statements can be used against you if you lie?
I could get charged with anything.
Does it discuss evidence related to Harmony, her body?
Yes.
Can that information also be used against you?
Yes.
Now, is that the information that you went to that meeting with?
Yes.
And you knew about that before you testified yesterday and today?
Yes.
Kayla, do you remember being, excuse me, do you remember being asked by the defense attorney last Friday about deciding to take an agreement with the prosecution?
Yes.
Do you remember Attorney Smith asking you the following questions and you providing the following answer? She said, but you knew they had you solid on the perjury charges, right?
Yes.
And you said right to that. You were never getting around that one. Attorney Smith asked you. You were never getting around that one.
Right.
And so you decided this would probably be.
Overruled.
And so you decided this would probably be the best you could do to get as few consequences as you can, as possible, for your actions as possible, right? Do you remember being asked those questions?
Yes.
Because people facing criminal charges make strategic decisions to admit to some lesser offenses to try to limit their legal exposure or get as few consequences for their legal actions as possible, right?
Right.
Now, the defense asked you about that legal strategy. So you think that they would be aware of it, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that falsifying physical evidence, that abuse of a corpse, it's lesser than murder?
Yes.
And are you aware that in their opening, they told this jury that that they can find the defendant guilty of falsifying and abuse of a corpse?
Yes.
Can you remind these jurors who killed Harmony?
Adam Montgomery.
If I could have just a moment. No further questions. Thank you.
That was good redirect.
I think you testified that you were aware of what was said on evidence, right?
Yes.
How were you aware?
I'm sorry.
How were you aware of what was said at openings?
I was told by the lawyer.
Your lawyer told you what was said at opening.
I believe so. I don't know. I'm not like here right now. Can you
Pardon?
rephrase the question, please?
Your Honor, may we approach?
I was kind of wondering how she was aware of what was said at opening too. So good on the defense for asking that because she should not have known that. I don't believe. We'll see what they say. Her attorney's there, and he should be there. He might want to stand up and say something. I think maybe because yeah, I was wondering that same thing. She should not have been watching anything. She shouldn't have had any information. And I was trying to remember the thing that they basically, I guess, accused her of doing in the middle of the night to Harmony in their opening. I just remember them blaming her. But I didn't remember them saying that she did something else, that she was not beaten to death. Basically, what she just said, Adair, if she does not testify truthfully, the deal, they can come back and charge her, she said, with anything. So I'm assuming they could probably charge her with second degree unaliving, abuse of a corpse, falsifying evidence. I don't know about witness tampering, but anything that they wanted to throw at her, and then they could charge her with all of that. Where that would lead to, I don't know. I would hope her attorney's in the room, Hamilton, or around, is listening, because he should be there to represent her while she's on, at least be able to hear what is being said while she's on the stand.
This is a good time for us to take our mid-afternoon break. So I'm going to have you go back into the jury deliberation room. Don't discuss the evidence. No further conversations about this between each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research. And we will have you, we'll take at least 15.
Yes, Lisa, he pled guilty to not, I don't think the witness tampering, I thought it was falsifying evidence. But yes, the abuse of a corpse, he did, for sure. Which then I'm kind of going, if you abuse the corpse, a little harder to find you not guilty. She got 3 to 7 years on her count of perjury, with 1.5 years for time served. And I think she said she's up for her first parole hearing in May. I don't know if they're going to ask her about how she knew. So she might get out in May. I'm not sure. She doesn't know. Well, okay. I thought they might ask her outside the presence of the jury how she knew that what was said in openings, because I want to know. I hope they do get to ask her. They should. The defense should get to ask her. So we've got Brandon changed his profile picture. That was his birthday in November. Yeah, she's up for parole in May. Good luck with your internet, Brandon. All right, guys, I have a question for you. I don't know if I could pull this off, but I found, well, I didn't necessarily find anything. Roseanne, you did, I think, yes, 1.5 years she has to serve, and I think she had time for, did she get time credit for time already served too? Roseanne, Defense rested. State did redirect, did a pretty good job. State asked her about something that was said in opening statements, and the defense on recross asked how she knew what was said in opening statements. Then there's objection, sidebar, and now they're on break. So I'm hoping they will come back. That, to me, was the most riveting thing that happened, of how she knew that. Somebody else might disagree and have something else. So anyway, I don't know if I can, I really don't have, I very, like, I don't want to oversell anything, because I'm not sure I can make this happen, if I can say that another time. But it seems as though, from what I have seen online, that Mr. Tucker seems to be open to talking to just about anyone. And I didn't know if you guys would be interested if I could get him to come on, having him come on, and just ask him questions and talk to him about what we saw and what we witnessed. And if we could all, absolutely have to be respectful. But I really am thinking of inviting him on. I am not a lawyer. Adair, I am not a lawyer. I don't even play one on TV. My family says I should have been a lawyer because I like to argue so much. But I am not one, but thank you. Okay, so we got yes. I will reach out. I may have to have Carmen reach out through Facebook, because I don't have Facebook, and see if he's interested. I need to go back and listen to, I was looking for updates on him yesterday and came across a different YouTube page that I had not seen before that had a really good update on him. And I'll be waiting. So, new judge, which we knew. It is also, and Stormy, this might be up your area, because you said you were down in the Keys, right? The trial, I think, is getting moved to Marathon. So it's getting taken out of Monroe County. I don't know what city they were in down there in Monroe County. So it's going to Marathon. New judge. The final pretrial date is March 11th. So then we should have a trial date after that. So, okay, so I'm not familiar with the area down there. Is that close to you? Can you go be our courtroom, our courtroom spy? I don't. BK courtroom recused himself. I don't remember. I don't think there was a new DA, but because I think it's still the same guy. But this person mentioned that the reason that Tucker was so unprepared is because Travis was supposedly, they didn't know where he was. He was in the wind. He wasn't supposed to be there. He was their witness. So he didn't think he showed up thinking nothing's going to happen. They're going to have to throw this out. We wish you could too, Stormy, because that would be awesome. So he shows up. I'm going to take that down for a second. Thinking Travis is gone. They don't know where Travis is. And this is all going to have to be dismissed. So that's why, Gabby, that's why he wasn't prepared to get Todd O'Quinn there, because he didn't think anything was going to happen. That's why his questions, he wasn't prepared. So I was like, that at least make some sense to me. And even at that, he did he got a hung jury, even being unprepared. So they did talk about the DA when he brought up the fact that he's married to a millionaire and the vacation to California and her being paid, which was all facts, not in evidence, should have been objected to, should have never been allowed. He should have never been allowed to do that. That was shady. And don't think he doesn't know it wasn't shady. That means he knew he was not doing well, in my opinion. Like he was on life support at that point in time. I think it'll still be them that just be moved. But I need to go back. He was given a lot of information and I was trying to do too many things at once and I wasn't able to just to sit down and take notes of what he was saying. And I was going to do it this morning. And I know this might shock y'all, but every once in a while I have to clean my house. And I had to clean my house this morning and I ran out of time to listen to it before I had to start the stream up. But so I don't think he's going to get a lawyer. I think he's still going to represent himself. I don't know. But on that YouTube, in the comments section, he commented to that YouTuber and, thank you for, covering this, blah, blah, blah. If anybody wants to reach out and talk to me, let them know they can. If they just want to reach out and his terms was, shoot the shit or whatever, I will. I guess, I don't know if you guys are familiar with him, but I guess he went on uncivil law. I did not know that. So, like I said, my channel compared to others' channels is not a huge channel. But we could at least approach it as non-lawyer approach. I know I don't want him to say anything that would get him in trouble, but looking at it going, if we were sitting on the jury, these are the things that we would have you do. Now, it makes sense why his questions maybe weren't nailed down like we thought they should be if he wasn't prepared. Number one would be get to court on time. Now, Brandon used to live in Florida and admonished me on the traffic down there and said, it doesn't matter how early you leave, there can be an accident that backs you up for hours. Fine, but still then make concessions the best you can. I don't know what they are. 2, don't wear sunglasses in court. 3 would be, for me, his full name is Franklin Tyrone Tucker. He doesn't live there anymore. He's actually out on bail and he lives in Oregon, which is crazy. But to nail down his questions, and I appreciate Stormy, let me know. To get his questions in order, get them precise, don't get repetitive, and just get in there and attack with precision. Also, sad news, Paula did pass away. February 6th? February 6th, Paula passed away. So I don't know what, I would think they would still be able to play her deposition because she was cross-examined in the deposition. I would like to And I commented on the, I don't know if he saw it or not. I haven't checked back to this. It's not like he doesn't have better things to do. But I commented in the fact, I think it was during Paula's deposition, that they asked about her hearing a truck start up. Because I commented to you guys then, why would she hear a truck start up? Because how many getaway drivers turn off the vehicle when they're waiting for the people to come back? That doesn't make sense to me. That he didn't catch it. Obviously, the state didn't want to catch it. And it's maybe nothing. I don't know how you make anything out of it, except for maybe you can just say it in your closing or something. I don't know. But he's got to get Todd O'Quinn there. And the rest of these people are dying. Paula's gone. Anthea Clay's gone. Well, Travis Johnson's girlfriend's gone. But they think that when they didn't know where Travis was, they think that he was off on a bender, for lack of a better word. So if that's the case, he's not clean. If there's any way for him to prove that, that kind of would go against his credibility. But I don't know. He may ignore me. It may be a pipe dream, but I don't figure it hurts to ask, because if you don't ask the question, you never get the answer. And the worst thing he can say is no. And then we're not sitting any different than we're sitting right at this very moment. He likes to talk, so I think I might have a good chance. I don't know. Better than 50%. I'm not going to say 90, but yes. So, Roseanne, I don't know if you were here. The thing that I found, I went back to look for it, that said that she did not have her seventh lawyer was gone. However, her seventh lawyer has filed a motion to be dismissed or excused from representing her. He does not want to represent her because of the letters that she has written that are misrepresenting him and the time that he has spent with her. So he wants out. Don't know if the judge will let him out at this point, because they got to go to trial at some time now. Because Chad Daybell's lawyer didn't let him out, but I think they're closer to trial than she is. I don't know. I haven't kept up on his trial. So Sarah might still be a go in May. He's gone. Okay, because I haven't been able to look in the last week or so since I had heard that. So I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. Sorry, I thought we had movement in the courtroom. There's either an earthquake in the courtroom or the cameraman had too much caffeine. So we should have Tucker trial coming up next month. This one's supposed to last till the 29th. The other thing I need to talk to you guys about is, I don't know how many public defenders there are there, Hamilton. Yes. So I definitely want to watch the Sarah Boone trial for sure. But I'm trying to figure out, so my husband and I were talking yesterday about how to do something on Tuesday and Thursday nights. Obviously, I can't start something at 7 that's a trial. That's a whole trial day, because it would go forever. But I'm trying to figure that out so that I'm not, that way I would just be doing that days. And not be a day behind, because it gets hard, especially when the verdict comes in and I'm with my dad. I'm trying to figure out. Now, I don't know how I will tackle that obstacle yet, of if stuff happens when I'm with my dad. most of the time I'm at his house, so I think I could probably run upstairs and throw a stream up real quick. Just won't be like, it'll just be me on my laptop, so it won't be anything great. But so I don't even know if you guys would even be available in the evenings. What your thoughts are on that. I'm just trying to tweak some things and figure out some timing on some of this stuff so that we're not always behind. It's fine being behind at the beginning, but when you get to the end, then it's not fine being behind anymore. So I don't know. What case are you talking about, Roseanne? Yeah, we all need to take too bad we can't take vacation and go down to Florida and watch it. See, I am not a night owl because my dogs like to get up at 4 a.m. So I'm an early owl. I used to be a night owl. But ew. Was it still alive? I've not heard that one. That's the thing. Like when you're doing this stuff, you don't have time to kind of look around and see what else is going on until you're done and you're going, what are we doing next? And then you start looking. Oh, and don't forget, I think on the 26th, I think it's the 26th. I don't know. We have old Paul's sentencing. And then we're shutting that Shonda book down forever and ever and ever. I had not heard that. At least it wasn't alive. Oh my gosh. Oh, you guys. You got lots going on. Yeah, Paul. Paul, the guy I said I had a little sympathy for because I didn't know. I didn't know all is crazy, and I don't still know all is crazy because I will not go look at it. That seems to happen a lot, Roseanne. Unfortunately. Stormy, you got to remind me because the name sounds familiar, but I can't place what it is. But she did it before she put it in the oven, right? She didn't cook him, please. I mean, all of it's bad. Oh, yeah. Okay. That dude just needs to plead guilty. No, she didn't unalive before she put it in the oven, or no, she didn't cook him. Apparently Paul should not have been around Timothy at all. He was not allowed to be around Timothy. There's some SA allegations around him and Timothy. There's a lot. Maybe, Roseanne, no. Oh, drugs involved in that. Ugh. That's horrible. That's awful. I don't even know. And it's like all that stuff is really bad, but my son and his wife are going to have a baby in July, and it just makes all these baby things worse. Not that they aren't. They're already as bad as they can be, but it just makes it even worse. Yeah, that is so bad. But anyway, on Paul, I've had tons of comments on my videos about him, and I've not looked at a lot of them. I've looked at some that have just said this is kind of what he did, like gave a summary without going into any details, and I didn't look at anything that went into detail because I didn't want to. I'm sorry to hear that, Roseanne. That's sad. I'm very sorry. And that's a responsible thing for you to do, Stormy. That's what you should do. Yeah, like I said, I can't look at it. It's like I've told you guys. I am thankful, for Shonda for the fact that she brought the majority of you guys here. But I am done. Shonda. Stupid. I can't ever say her name right. I don't care. But I'm kind of done dealing with Shonda or commenting on Shonda or reading comments on Shonda. And also, like I've told you to, not my best work. So, yeah. So once we do this thing on Paul, I'm done. There's no more. I'm not talking Shonda anymore. I don't care what happens to him. I gave props to the prosecutor for listening to the jury and not throwing anything else on him. I still stand by that because that's what the jury said. They didn't have the information. I didn't have the information. I don't know if the prosecutor had the information at the time, and I don't know if the prosecutor has the information in the pre-sentencing investigation that's been going on and the judge. So all that may change when sentencing happens because of that. Thank you, Stormy. I appreciate that. Some people say I talk too much. But I'm like, but it's a commentary channel. I hope it's truckloads, Gabrielle. I hope it's truckloads. Yes, thank you, Hamilton, because I'm trying, and I just get spurts where it's like another group of people find them. I just told Carmen the other day, I'm like, I think I should just go to redo them. Yeah. There's some rumors of stuff with Shonda and Paul that's gross. Gabby. Thank you. And the other day, I apologize because I made the mistake of going on and looking at comments because I want to keep up on the comments that's on my recent stuff. And I made the mistake of going on and reading comments before Wednesday's show, I think. And No, it's fine, Hamilton. And I got through. There was like one lady, she was super nice. She asked me why I had sympathy for Paul, and then I told her I don't anymore. And her next, her other comment was like, "You're so calming and relaxing and super nice." The very next one on a totally not even Shonda video was like, "You're incessant talking." I thought, then don't watch it. Go watch it on. I really just wanted to comment and be like, I think you're more a law and crime girl. Maybe court TV. I'm not for you, and that's fine. But why do you feel like you have to tell me? Like when I see something I don't like, I just go on. I don't. I just go on. I've thought, Hamilton, I won't. I've thought about it, but I won't. It's fine. I'm just not gonna go look. And people, yes, there's always trolls, and people just feel like. And I will say this: I took a lot of those comments when I've got my very first not nice one. I haven't had anything that's just been downright mean. So, but when I got my very first one, I called Carmen. I'm like, Carmen, what do I do? She said nothing. I was like, no. And she's like, Mom, don't comment. Just leave it alone. Just leave it alone. And then I look a little bit later and Carmen has commented. I was like, so then I had to tell her, I know how protective you are, and you don't need to comment either. But Carmen can just be so sarcastic. So it's funny sometimes. Actually, she made one woman apologize. She didn't make her. She just did after Carmen told her that wasn't very nice.
Yeah, you
And
can
she
stay here.
said, you're right.
You
I
can come on up. I'm
apologize.
just waiting for the lawyer.
Oh, we're not there yet. So thank you, Hamilton. I appreciate it. I love hanging out with you guys. And when I say that at the end of every day, I mean it. I have a great time. You guys make this stuff easier. So thank you guys. Oh, yeah. Yes. Yeah. She has definitely gone back and commented. But she says, I write them out and then I say what I wanted to say and then I delete those off and then I say something a little bit more professional. But yeah, the one lady was complaining because the comments, when I put your guys' comments up on the bottom of the screen, that I was being disrespectful to people that are hard of hearing. I'm like, you know what? My daughter's hard of hearing, so I'm not trying to be disrespectful, and I'm really kind of aware of it. So, whatever. That's why I moved I didn't even know at the time when it was in the Matthew Moore trial. I didn't even know at the time that I could even move the closed captionings, but I have since figured it out. So I do. I don't want to be disrespectful to anyone. But some of these trials, like the one we were, there was one we were watching, the Bell McNabb trial. There wasn't any closed captionings. So I couldn't turn those on. I wanted to because we couldn't understand some of the stuff that was being said. But I couldn't. Yeah. Gabby, my husband's like, it's the internet. You knew this was going to happen. I said, I know. It's just when it does, you're like, oh, did I? Did you mean somebody doesn't like me? I know. It just, if you go and look too much, even though the good outweighs the bad, it will at least it will wear on me, and I don't want it to because it'll completely change how I do this. And I have changed, and I don't, like I started to say, because I get distracted. I took some of the stuff that was being said. I'm like, okay, I see what you're saying. I didn't tell them that, but I see what you're saying. I don't disagree with what you're saying. But at the time, I had 28 subscribers and I was talking to myself because it was right before Christmas. There wasn't anybody watching. I think maybe until the last day. So I literally was talking to myself every day during this horrible trial, pretending I wasn't. And I so it just I kind of got bored sometimes. You know, you just start talking and you don't realize how much time has passed. It just is. Oh yeah. I mean, you got your keyboard warriors. So that would be the only Stormy, when you said you thought about starting your own channel, I still say go for it. And that would be the only thing I caution you about is it will happen. You just don't know when, and everything will be going along just smooth. And all of a sudden it's going to hit you right out of left field. And you're going to be like, what just happened to me? But I still tell you, just do it. Because it is a lot of fun. I got great people in my chat. And we have fun. We can be serious. And that's pretty much what I wanted for my channel. So I'm happy we're there. I just got to figure out the timing stuff. If I can get Mr. Tucker, it will definitely be a nighttime stream. So definitely that. But we'll see. See if I can get him. He might watch. We weren't super nice to him at the beginning of my trial. Or my trial, his trial. But by the end of it, we were all on his side. We were all pulling for him because we did not think the evidence proved that he was there. So thank you, Gabby. I have a great time too. And I will just say, remember, I am not a lawyer, so I give no legal advice, just opinions. Yeah, you were the one that was like, go look at this, go look at this. And I did watch Todd O'Quinn and I was like, too bad he's not there. I haven't watched the other stuff. It just gets, like I said, it's hard, gets time consuming. And I do want to spend some time with my family. my husband works, so he's actually never chimes in on here. But, you know, my kids do. But it's still nice to just hang out with them. All right, Judge, let's go. You would have thought they had 15 minutes to get this worked out. I was cooking too when I watched Todd O'Quinn. I think I had to watch his twice. But I will keep you updated. I will go back and watch this video to see if I forgot anything, because I'm sure I did on the update about his trial. Yeah, and I know you're never bringing me anything. What's up with that? It's not like you're getting 12 inches of snow or something. Jeez. It should be nothing. All right, Judge, come on. So in between this one and his next trial going, I don't know what we're going to do yet. No. Nope. I am as cold as place as I'm going to get. But there is some houses for sale down the street from me. and they're right across the street from the place that we always meet up, that Brandon always takes me to for one drink. I am in Indiana, but I'm in a very small town, so that's all I'm gonna say. just to not completely dox myself. I am close to Bloomington. Yeah, I think my husband said it was supposed to maybe snow overnight here too. It did not. And then they were talking about winter weather. It wasn't even for our area. I was like, why is this on my news? Like, what's the joke? Most people would be fired from their jobs if they were only right 50% of the time. Something like that. I don't have one of those yet, but I should sure get one if you're going to send me some food. My husband asked me why we started talking about donuts the other day. I said, because I was starving and everybody on stream, like Gabby was making food and Stormy was making food. Hamilton, were you making food too? Like everybody was making food. And then we started talking about donuts because I think Dunkin' Donuts in this trial. And then it just went from there. So we just had donut talk. He traveled through my state to get back to yours. No, I don't. You sound like me. I cook. I don't like. It's fine. Like I'm not. I do it because I have to live. I have to survive. My husband's a really good cook. 60% of the time, it works all the time. All right. Come on, Court. Good heavens. This 15-minute break has turned into quite the long one. Brandon, there you are. He's all right. I tried to get Gabby to move in across the street from the golf course. So it's even a golf course. It's not even a fancy one. I'd say we go to the clubhouse, but it's not. I guess it's a clubhouse, but it's bar. It's not a country club. It's just a club in the country. It literally across the street, there's this really nice house for sale. They just built it. Nobody's ever even lived there. So it can't be haunted or anything. Like nothing. It is your clubhouse. And it would be amazing. We know the bartender. You could come and have fun with us. We could introduce you. Brandon was going to text him last night and have him give us some shots, and I'm glad he didn't. Yeah. It's always best to not hit send. And if you think that I have an accent, you haven't heard anybody yet. And yeah, Brandon, it doesn't take much to tempt us, does it? I mean, look at your profile picture. That was a good day until it wasn't. Oh, I gotcha. You still probably wouldn't understand some of them, and they would not understand you. And it would be, like, scandalous that we had an East Coast person here. Bloomington wouldn't mind. They're like, "Nah, we get them all the time." But you don't wanna live in Bloomington. It's too shooty. Indy's too shooty. They're just not fun places anymore. I will be going to Bloomington tomorrow morning. I can't wait. Going right through all the students and everything. Yay. You'd think he'd get it by now. I went to, was in California when my parents lived out there, and we went down to Laguna Beach, and I was in, like, one of those little shops that I couldn't afford anything in, and talking to the sales clerk there, and he said, "Are you from the South?" And I said, "Well, I'm from Indiana." And he said, "That's not South." And I was like, "Don't tell them that," because they say a lot of weird things here. When I moved here from Nebraska, people thought I had an accent, and I didn't think people in Nebraska could have an accent or did have an accent. But I was listening to some people from Kansas, and they definitely had an accent that is different than here. Oh, I would never survive. Ever, ever, ever. Never survive it. They'd be like, "You don't even write, right, right," let alone try to speak correctly. They'd say, "You don't write correctly." I get comma happy. Which I don't know why. Like a comma. Who cares? I mean, it can be important because it can totally change the thing, what the sentence says, but I don't know why I just like to put so many of them in. They must really be arguing about this opening statement thing, or something's happened. Make sure I'm still playing. I am. I am. I am what I am. That's right. They did. It was supposed to be 15 minutes. And they were back, and then they now are just showing us a dirty desk. We haven't even got to see old Grandpa Deputy on there today. That's probably what the jurors have probably shackled themselves inside the jury room to the jury table and are refusing to come back. They're like, if we can't take notes, we're not coming back. I don't hate to cook, Stormy. My husband's a better cook than I am. So I would but I can't, we could pretty much try to split it. So that's where my daughter lives. She's been there since September, and she's already getting that Texas twang. Like, you already had the non-Southern Indiana twang. I don't know what you're going to sound like when you come back. I think they are discussing if it was a circular saw, a hand saw, miter saw. I know some saws. My husband works with his tools and has for our entire marriage, so but I probably couldn't name. I just we had the conversation this one day because we were trimming trees and he said, "I'm going to give you the Sawzall." And I was like, "Okay." Well, I kind of hear things funny sometimes. So I said, what do you call this?" And he said, "A Sawzall." And I'm like, "No, say it slow." He goes, "A Sawzall." And I said, "Oh, because it saws all?" And he said, "Yes." And I was like, "Is that really the name?" "Yes." So now I know. I learned a tool name that day, but I did not know there was really a Sawzall. Whatever. She does not. She better not have a bronze dip bowl in her house. Yes. I knew the name miter saw, but until you just said that, I didn't know what it was for. The business trial had some tools and a crock pot box and lots of begins with an M and ends with an H, and there's 2 letters in between. There goes Grandpa Deputy. Here she comes. Yay, finally. If I could edit this, I'd be like, if you don't want to hear me talk, fast forward 30 minutes. Her hair covering up her glasses has bothered me all day. I just want to get it out of there. All right, that's them not having sound, not me. Oh, you're asking if I... Have you not seen that, Hamilton? Yeah, that trial was nuts. I don't care to do it if anybody else wants to watch it. Yeah, it was gross. She's gross. Weird.
Bring in the jury. Counsel, actually, never mind.
I just say, please don't call them back up. I mean, poor Taylor. I know, I heard about that. Adair was saying something about that because I was about to get copyright strike. And he's like, but this person had their dad's head on YouTube with like 5,000 views, and you're about to get a copyright strike for a few minutes. Yeah, so we'll see how the time plays out.
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I do realize that was more than 15 minutes. Sometimes there are some issues that come up that the court has to deal with before we can bring you back in. We have dealt with that, and the defense may proceed.
There's her attorney sitting at
When
the
we
table.
took the break, you had indicated that you learned information about what was said in opening statements by Adam's attorneys about
Yes.
the case, right?
Yes.
And you were, I think the state asked, were you aware that he said something happened in the night of December 6th to December 7th with you alone in the car?
Yes.
And he also said, were you aware that Adam was conceding that he had been involved in the manipulation, well, the abuse of the courts charge
Yes.
and the falsifying evidence charge?
Yes.
And you learned this the morning before you testified.
Yes.
And you learned this because your attorney spoke to you about it.
Yes.
Overruled.
And learning this allowed you to prepare for the answers that you would give.
Yes.
And you discussed the ways that you would deal with this information.
Overruled.
Her attorney's
Not really, no.
Okay. You thought about this information and you knew that that was different from what you had told police and the prosecutors before.
Yes.
And you thought about this information and this pointed the finger at you, right?
Yes.
And you certainly didn't want to have the finger pointed at you, right?
Right.
And you wanted to think about and prepare yourself for how you would respond to those questions. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And
Roseanne.
and it was sort of like the prep sessions with the state and with the police, that you could think about things that had happened and maybe give a better or different explanation the next time you spoke to someone.
I'm sorry, I'm not. Yeah.
When the police during your interviews raised questions or skepticism about information that you gave them, you'd sometimes change your statements, right?
Overruled.
No.
Well, when the police spoke to you in June 3rd, you said that you were not in the bathroom and that you were not involved with what happened in the shower when Harmony's body was at Union Avenue, right?
Right.
And then the next time you talked to the police, you said you were a little bit aware, and then you slipped up and said something, and the police said, did you cut any the clothes off? And you said, yeah, the hoodie, right?
That's not how that happened, but
Okay.
Looks like she took a minute.
But you had denied anything, and then as time and their questioning went on, you acknowledged that you were a participant, right?
right.
Okay. And you talked on direct about Adam losing it in after Harmony's body was in the shower, right?
Not that day, but yes.
Okay, sometime after, right?
Right.
And that he was accusing you of cheating on him,
Yeah.
accusing you of trying to kill him,
Yes.
accusing you of having cameras all over the house,
And other things, yes.
and accusing you of blaming him for Harmony's death to the police.
No.
Accusing you of telling the police.
Right. You already said that.
Pardon?
You already said that.
Okay. So he was accusing you of telling the police that he had caused Harmony's death,
Yes.
and accusing you of telling the police that you were trying to poison him.
Yes.
He was scared of you.
No.
Okay. And none of that was true, right?
What do you mean?
You weren't cheating on him, right?
Right.
And you weren't trying to poison him.
Right.
And you weren't accusing him of Harmony's death.
No.
He had just sort of lost his mind for a while, right?
Yes.
And in that time period, he got violent.
Yes.
And you told the grand jury when you were talking about that time period that he punched you twice.
I don't remember saying how many times, but yes.
Or a couple of times.
Yes.
And that sounds right? Or do you want to see your grand jury testimony?
No, I was going to say yes.
Okay. And he punched you twice, and oh,
The objection is sustained.
Roseanne, I'm wondering if she isn't getting a
you
migraine.
told the grand jury he punched you twice or a couple of times, right?
Right.
And how she looked Friday or Saturday for us.
And then in March, this started to happen again, right?
It never stopped.
Okay. And you have a picture of, and I'm showing you States Exhibit 99 of you with redness along your eyes.
Yes.
And this is a picture that you took of yourself and sent to other people, right?
Right.
Because you were angry at what he had done to you.
I sent it to my own family.
Okay.
Right.
And you left him,
Yes.
but he was the one that got arrested,
Right.
and you filed a restraining order on him,
Yes.
and went back with your mother for a while,
Yes.
and went to the shelter for a while,
Yes.
and tried to get back with Adam.
Yes.
And you're saying it was not a couple of times after Harmony's body was taken away, it was constant.
Yes.
And then he had also, we talked about, become despondent and sort of suicidal.
It happened twice. Yes.
She just said it happened twice.
Overruled.
And you took care of your kids, right?
Yes.
And took care of Adam
Yes.
and continued on with your life.
Yes.
Okay. You said that the state asked you about Adam being pure evil, right?
Yes.
And that's what you said you saw in Adam at the time that you say that he was beating Harmony.
Yes.
And you're saying that a child was beaten to death beside you, looking like pure evil, and you continued on with your children and your life with Adam.
Yeah, but it wasn't okay.
Okay. And you did nothing about Harmony's death.
No, I asked him to stop and he didn't.
Okay. I'm talking about after Harmony was died, you continued on with your life, right?
Yeah, but it wasn't okay. It was abusive.
Okay. And you don't like that, abusive, right?
Right.
And you would not approve of abusive behavior.
Well, I was taking it
Okay.
when I shouldn't have. It took a while for me to just leave him. It's really hard.
Okay.
I don't like her victim shaming.
Now, the duffel bag in the trunk of the car, you eventually got the trunk open, right?
No, we didn't get the trunk open.
Well, you eventually got a bunch of stuff out of the trunk, right?
Yes.
And were you present when the Mr. Badero drove Adam back to the car?
Yes, I was with him.
And the kids were where?
With us.
Okay. And at that point, you were trying to get the rest of the stuff out of the car.
Yes.
And you were able to take some things out of the car.
Yes.
From the back seat.
Yes.
And from the trunk.
Yes.
And let's talk about the letters talking
Exactly.
about betrayal. Remember talking about that on redirect?
Yes.
The problem is she took so long on her cross that nobody remembers what she asked.
Anyway, those
What?
letters were the handwritten notes that were taken from yourself.
Yes.
And you are talking about betrayal of Adam because you don't want to hurt Adam.
Right.
But I think you said on redirect, but you had to do the right thing.
Right.
And that's what you meant when you wrote the word betrayal, was that you didn't want to hurt Adam, but you had to do the right thing.
Right.
And after you wrote that letter where you didn't want to hurt Adam, but you had to do the right thing, you went and lied to the grand jury.
When I was subpoenaed, yes.
And that was after the letter about betrayal, right?
A few months after, yes.
And that was not doing the right thing, right?
Right.
Because you knew how Harmony died, right?
Right.
And you knew when she died, right?
Right.
And you knew where she died, right?
Yes.
And the right thing would have been to tell the grand jury that information, right?
Right.
And you did not do the right thing.
Not yet.
Okay. And then I think you said that Adam, and you talked about, I think you called it take the fall, because he wanted you to be with the children.
Yes.
So Adam agreed to take the fall for what happened to Harmony to protect you.
No, not just to protect me.
To protect you being there for the children.
Yeah.
Okay. And he said if anything happens, he would take the fall.
Right.
And you expected that he would do that, right?
No.
You didn't expect that he would do that.
No.
Okay. But he did, right?
No.
Ah, okay. Sorry.
What response is that?
He took the fall in the sense that both of you represented to other people that he had taken Harmony to Crystal.
Right.
Okay. So he was allowing him to be the focus of anybody's questions, not you, right?
Right.
And you said that you said that Dunkin' Donuts, that you stuck with the story even though you didn't work at Dunkin' Donuts on the 30th, right?
Right.
And I think you said that Adam said make it sometime around Thanksgiving, right?
No.
The story about him going with Harmony off to Crystal. And
Yeah, because we got kicked out of the house, but it was just that time.
She doesn't
Okay.
know.
And you were the one that picked the date that you would say that you were working at Dunkin' Donuts, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Well, you said that you continued with your story, even though you knew you didn't work that day, right?
Right.
And you continued with the story because in the middle of grand jury, you learned that they had gotten the Dunkin' Donuts records, right?
Yeah.
And you continued with the story because you weren't prepared to say anything else.
I didn't want to say the other issue of what happened.
Okay. And you had been advised prior to the grand jury testimony, those ground rules were saying every time that you lie, you might get stacked charges, right?
Yeah.
And one thing that has been the focus of everything that you have done since being arrested is to be in as little trouble as possible, right?
I'm sorry.
Probably.
You have said things to try and get out of trouble or keep the trouble as little as possible, right?
No.
Yeah. Well, when they continued asking questions, you could have asked to see your lawyer, right?
Right.
But you continued with the story, right?
Right.
Because you didn't have another one to say.
Because that's what Adam told me to say. I didn't know what else I was going to say. I just stuck with the story.
Okay. So you didn't know what else to say, so you stuck with the story, right?
Right.
And you had talked before about betraying Adam, but weren't ready at the grand jury.
Right.
Okay. And
I'll choose you
and
with
you
my
said that you were afraid to do anything because you were afraid of what would happen, right?
Right.
And I think one of the things that you told the state that you were afraid of what would happen was that Adam threatened to have Kevin kill you.
Yeah.
Okay. Kevin is the uncle that used to live in 77 Guilford Avenue, right?
Yes.
And the one that was in that fight with Adam that you said that you overheard in the summer.
Yes.
Okay.
She's not changed her story about anything. Yes, this is what I told. This is what I lied. This is what I did. This has been the same every time you've asked.
State talked to you about your cooperation agreement that you reached before talking to the police about what happened
At all.
that you said happened to Harmony, right?
Right.
And one of the things that it said was that your statements couldn't be used against you, right?
Right.
And that they wanted the truth, right?
Right.
And you told them when you first spoke after having this agreement that you you did not go into the shower at Union Avenue
Right.
when Adam was manipulating the body, right?
Right.
Pardon?
Right.
And that was not the truth, right?
No.
And you didn't get in any trouble for it, right?
Right.
You just changed your testimony, right?
Right.
Basis?
Oh, rephrase.
Okay.
Your statement, right?
Right.
And as time went on and they would approach you with things, you might adjust your statement to fit some of the questions, right?
Right.
Okay.
Glad the coffer's back.
And by that agreement, you were supposed to only tell the truth, right?
Right.
And your story changed somewhat, right?
Right.
And at the grand jury, you were only supposed to tell the truth, right?
Right.
And you lied.
Right.
And she's serving time for that. At some point,
Nothing
you've got to
further, Your Honor.
draw the line
Nothing
of
further from the state.
where the lies ended. Her lawyer's probably like, I got some questions.
Your Honor, no further questions for Ms. Montgomery.
All right, you may sit down.
I bet we're going to call it a day.
State may call its next witness.
Really?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Ms. Courtney Garcia to the stand.
Can mark her off my list. I agree. That's been her demeanor, Brandon. She was getting a migraine the other day, so I'm not so sure she wasn't getting another one this time. But that's pretty much, unless, I don't know if you've heard the state question her, she was more lively than,
Just remain standing for a brief moment.
but that woman was just all over the place and too hard to follow.
Ms. Garcia, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat.
Thank you.
And feel free to pour yourself a glass of water if you'd like for any reason. Ms. Garcia, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Courtney Garcia, Courtney Garcia.
Okay, thank you. And what city do you live in?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
How long have you lived here?
About 5 years.
And are you currently employed?
Not at the moment.
Okay. What kind of jobs have you had in your life?
I've had some supervisor positions. I've worked as a counselor in the addiction field, restaurant jobs.
Okay. And currently, right now, do you have any children?
I do.
Okay. How old?
13 months.
It sounds like a handful.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, with regards to the name Adam Montgomery, have you heard that name before?
Yes.
All right. How do you know Adam Montgomery?
He is a childhood friend of my husband,
Okay. And what's your husband's name?
Matthew Garcia.
With regards to Adam Montgomery, have you met him in person before?
I have.
And also, at any point in time, were the two of you working together?
Yes, he was one of my employees.
Disclaimer.
Please, Your Honor.
Just a minute.
It might take a week.
Garcia, I'd like to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, that's Adam Montgomery.
That's Adam Montgomery. Same man, Adam Montgomery that we're talking about.
Yes.
I'd like to ask you very specifically about Mr. Montgomery. I'd like to ask about Thanksgiving of 2019, if I can.
Okay.
Did you see Mr. Montgomery on Thanksgiving of 2019 or around that time?
I did on Thanksgiving.
On Thanksgiving Day?
Yes.
Okay.
It was in the evening.
I'm sorry, in the evening?
Yes.
Okay. And I would ask if you can just kind of scoot a little bit more forward, actually. You saw him in the evening, right?
Correct.
And when you saw him in the evening, let me ask, did you become aware of where he was living at the time?
Yes, I did. He was living in his vehicle.
What did the car look like?
It was a Chrysler Sebring, very bald tires, silver to my knowledge.
And where did you see him that evening?
I saw him at the Pestataquag, I think that's how you pronounce it, apartments in Manchester, New Hampshire, in the parking lot.
Okay. What, if anything, did you do for him that day?
My husband and I provided Adam gas money, and we offered him a place to stay.
And that was on Thanksgiving, correct?
Correct.
All right. And what did Mr. Montgomery say to that when you offered him a place to stay that night?
What? She says she's got a little Manchester in her, right? Gabby, do you hear it? Am I hearing things? So yeah, her husband, childhood friend of Adam's. What'd she say? Her last name is Garcia. Huh, I don't see her husband on the list. Most of it's in alphabetical order, but not alphabetical order. Alphabetical order by first name. But a few are out of order. But I'm just assuming she took his last name. But I don't see one. I don't see a Matthew Garcia. Judge, you said court was going to be over at 4. All right, you young'uns have to explain these eyelashes to me. Because I think they're too long. And they make you blink constantly. And hers are actually pretty mild compared to some I've seen. Like, holy cow, don't blink too fast, you're going to fly away. Well, Brandon, that's because you aren't a youngin' anymore. Aw, he was a nice fella. He just did a horrible job.
In regards to Thanksgiving and staying, what did the defendant say when you made that offer?
Adam was kind of for it, but Kayla and Adam ended up not agreeing to stay at our location.
Okay. And let me ask you, is that a conversation that you directly had with the defendant?
Yes.
And I believe a second ago you just said also Kayla. So Kayla, is that Kayla Montgomery?
Yes.
That particular day, did you see any other members of the family there?
Yes, they had their 2 sons and Harmony in the back seat.
Okay. And how did you see her in person in the back seat, or did you just know that she was there?
I just know that all 3 children were there. None of the children got out of the vehicle.
Okay. Did you look into the vehicle at any point to put eyes on them?
We offered them food, so I believe at one time I kind of put my hand in, and that was that. I didn't really look at the children. It's not what I was there for.
Okay. And from your recollection today, how many children were in the car at that time?
3.
Thank you. Moving forward from Thanksgiving, I want to talk to you about the couple of months after that. Did you see the defendant again, Adam Montgomery, sometime between December and January, December of 2019 into January of 2020?
Multiple times.
Okay. And at any point in time during that month, December going into January, did you have a conversation with him about Harmony and her condition?
We did, yes. Or I did, yes.
Okay. Where did Mr. Montgomery say she was at that point?
He told us that he brought Harmony back to her mother.
Do you know what her mother's name is?
Crystal, maybe?
Okay. And let me ask, with regards to that, I apologize. Did the defendant ever tell you what her name is? I should have asked a better question there.
No,
Okay.
he did not.
And with regards to how she was back with her mother, what did the defendant tell you about why that happened, or how it happened, or when it happened?
He told us that he brought her back to her mother because Harmony was having multiple accidents in the vehicle.
And by accidents, what do you mean by accidents?
She was using the bathroom in the vehicle.
What, if anything, did the defendant say about Harmony now being with her mother as compared to Harmony being with Adam?
I'm sorry, not.
Sure. At any point in time, did he talk about what kind of, with regards to what Harmony was being provided for, what she could be provided for from her mother as compared to what Adam was able to offer at that time?
A home.
A home?
Yes.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor. Let me ask you, Ms. Garcia, at one point, were you interviewed by officers of the Manchester Police Department about this interaction that we talked about today that you had with
Yes.
Adam Montgomery?
Yes.
Okay. And during the time that you were speaking with them, did you tell them that the defendant told you that she was better off with her mother than with him at the time?
Basis? I'm sorry, the defendant.
Yes, I'm asking whether or not she reported those as the defendant's words at that time.
The objection is overruled.
Go ahead, Ms. Garcia.
Yes, he told us that she was better off with her mother because she could provide her a home. No.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Garcia. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel will have a few.
Hi, Ms. Garcia.
Let's
You
read the
indicated
last
on direct examination that a place to stay was offered for the night.
Correct.
Adam was kind of for it.
Yes.
Kayla wasn't.
Correct.
Thank you.
Anything further, Attorney Gotti?
Nothing else. We'd ask this witness to be excused.
Any objection?
No objection.
You may step down. You are excused.
Thank you.
Just a brief moment.
Oh, Hamilton? I'm not sure. Did you turn it off and back on again?
At this time, the state would call Ms. Kimberly Frame to the stand, please.
That's the only thing I know to do. Your comment. My stomach is growling. I hope you guys can't hear that. And my computer's freaking out.
That the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Ms. Frame, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your first and your last name for the record and spell them out for us?
Kimberly, Kimberly, Frayne, Frain.
Thank you, Ms. Frame. Appreciate that. With regards to New Hampshire, do you live in the state?
Yes.
Okay. And generally, what town do you live in?
Meredith.
In Meredith. And what are you doing for work right now?
I'm working in healthcare at a hospital.
Okay. And how long have you been doing that?
Almost 3 years.
How far have you gone in school?
I'm actually back in school now.
Oh, what are you studying?
Where?
What? I'm sorry. What are you studying?
It's kind of long. Healthcare administration.
Okay.
Sure.
And how long have you been, or how long do you have to go before you get a degree?
Like 3 more years.
3 more years.
Yeah.
All right. Pardon me. So I'm going to ask just one question at a time. So I'd ask you to please listen carefully to either my question or any other counsel's question that you get asked. And if I'm talking too quickly or if you don't understand my question, just let me know. I'll be happy to restate it. Okay.
Okay.
All right, thanks. Prior to where you live now, did you used to live in Manchester back in 2019?
Yes.
And do you know of somebody by the name of Adam Montgomery?
Yes.
Did you ever used to work at a Dunkin' Donuts on Beach Street in Manchester?
Yes.
How long did you work there?
Like 5 years,
About 5 years?
maybe.
Okay. Let me ask, you also know the name Kayla Montgomery.
Yes.
And what was when you, and have you met Kayla Montgomery?
Yes.
Right. What's the relationship between Kayla Montgomery and Adam Montgomery when you first met them?
I met them at work. We worked together. First, I worked with Kayla, and then Adam worked with us too.
With regards to Kayla and Adam, did you ever meet Adam's daughter, Harmony Montgomery?
Once.
One time?
Yes.
Did you ever spend time with her?
Yes. I babysat her and the two boys, or one boy at the time, at my house.
At your house?
Yeah.
And would this have been back in 2019?
Yeah, I think it was the summer of 2019.
I'd like to ask some specific questions for you about Adam Montgomery, specifically about beginning in the winter of that year at the end of 2019. All right?
Okay.
Right. Did you ever bring Adam Montgomery jumper cables to try to start a car?
Yes.
How many times have you done that for him?
Once.
Just the one time.
One time.
How did he reach out to you for help?
He either called me or it was on Facebook. I can't remember which. And he said that their car had died and it was freezing out and they wanted me to come jumpstart their car. And I told them no, but they kept begging and I felt bad. So I went.
Okay. So you said maybe the messaged you or reached out on Facebook. Is that right? Did you have a Facebook account at one point that just went by the name Kimberly Frayne?
Yeah.
And is that the account that he might have messaged you on?
Yeah.
What time was this? What time of morning was this that Adam reached out, or you got these messages asking for a jump?
It was in the middle of the night. I just remember that. It was late.
So did you go to where they were and give them a jump?
I did.
Where did you go?
It's behind Elm Street in, I think it's Colonial Apartments.
Okay. And is that at the south side of town, west side, or north side of town?
It's like right down the road from my house on the north side.
Okay. When you saw them, do you remember what kind of car they were in at that night?
Yeah, they were in a blue Audi.
Now, when you went to meet them, first of all, what was the weather like that night?
It was cold. It was freezing.
So when you got there, who, if anybody, got into your car?
I pulled up and I don't remember the beginning, but I don't think I brought a jumper pack that my ex-husband had, and a good Samaritan came by and him and Adam jump started it, and Kayla jumped in my car with the two boys and we just blasted the heat to keep them warm.
To keep them warm?
Yeah.
So you said it was Kayla and the two boys?
Two boys.
Okay. So I know you said before that you had babysat Harmony on one occasion. Was Harmony there with you? Did she get into the car as well with Kayla and the two boys?
No.
Did you see Harmony at all while you were there that night?
No.
And I believe you said a good Samaritan came along. Do you remember who that is or even know who that
No,
is?
it's just somebody in the complex saw us struggling.
Okay. I guess I'll ask this one other question. After that one time, did you ever jump a car for them again?
No, I was distancing myself from them.
Do you remember the exact day that this occurred in the winter of 2019, end of 2019? Okay. Just that it was very cold out. Is that right?
Yeah.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor.
Did you make it for them, Gabby? Maybe Lisa? Did you two make it as a team?
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, Ms. Fran. I have one more question just for you in general. Um, with regards to conversations that you've had with Adam Montgomery, the defendant in this case, with regards to the conversations, did you ever have a conversation with him about Harmony having bathroom accidents or wetting herself or defecating herself in her pants?
I don't think so. Not him.
Not him?
No.
Okay. With anybody else?
Maybe with Kayla, but I don't remember
Okay.
exactly.
Well, and I don't want you to guess. So if you remember, you remember. If you don't, you don't. That's
don't.
okay. And so you're saying your testimony is you don't.
I don't remember.
All right. All right. Thank you very much for your time. I have no further questions for you. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Thank you.
Counsel? You want to move, come up?
Yes, Your Honor.
About that? Go ahead.
Good afternoon, and I only have a couple of questions.
Okay.
You recalled that whatever car that you jumped, you thought it was a blue Audi?
Yeah.
And you know from before that Adam used to drive a Sebring.
It was a silver car.
Okay. This was not the car that Adam used to drive around, right? And you remembered this way back in 2021 when the police first asked you about it, right?
Yeah.
And your memory, even the first time you talked about it, was a blue Sebring. Blue Audi.
No, I think I might have told them the other. I think I told them it was the silver car, but
Okay.
it was the Audi they were in.
Okay, so you're really clear about that, huh?
Yeah.
So what changed when you first said the Sebring and then sort of recalled the Audi?
I just couldn't remember the time frames because it was so long ago.
Okay, so I understand that, but what changed your recollection of the type of car?
Overruled. Go ahead.
Okay, I think you said at first you told him it was the Sebring, but then the blue Audi when they first started questioning you on it, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what it was that made you say that it was the blue Audi?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further? You may step down. Counsel approach.
That may be our possible last witness of the day. We got 3. I don't think the defense made any headway trying to blame Kayla, not even with Kayla, and certainly not with the witness prior to this one about so it was Kayla that didn't want to stay at your house. Okay, maybe she just wasn't comfortable. That's a nice chair there, Court. The state's table's like all nice and neat, and then you go to defense and there's stuff everywhere.
It's 10:04, and I don't want to get started with another witness and take you too long beyond 4 o'clock. So we're going to end for the day. I know earlier when I left this morning, there were some reports about weather. I have kept an eye on it as we've taken breaks throughout the day. The reports actually look much better than was originally anticipated. And we're New Hampshireites, so we're used to weather, but it does not look like it is going to be the significant weather event that they had originally predicted. So I'm going to keep an eye on the weather throughout the night. At this point, the court will be open. We will. I have every expectation that we are going to go forward tomorrow with trial. So I'll need you here at 8:45. If anything were to change, we would let you know well before then. I know we have contact information for all of you. I'll double check to make sure that that's correct. So keep an eye out on your email or text messages, but I think it is extremely unlikely that we would not have trial tomorrow. So you should all plan accordingly. Put your boots beside the door. So 8:45 tomorrow morning. As I said, don't read anything about this. Avoid all news media regarding this case. Don't look anybody up. Don't do any independent research. And I will see you tomorrow.
all my videos say they're not made for children because I couldn't even have, I don't think I could have memberships if I made videos for children. I guess for people, adults that want to do bad things to kids. I don't know. But yeah, no worries there. Just got to give me time. There's kind of a time limit before you can say any bad words. And I've heard that's 30 minutes and I've heard it's 2 hours. So I'm not sure. All right. What's she got to say?
Last minute issues we need to address. You can do it from there. I think unless you think there's something that would be privileged, but otherwise I say do it from there.
With a microphone.
Okay.
We've heard from Attorney Sheehan, you understand that Mr. Guerrero would likely go ahead and vote for some of the cross-examination anticipated of him. So as a result, we suddenly have a conversation with him in our office this evening as to whether or not immunity will be granted, and we'll have an answer for you on that prior to him taking the stand, probably the day of him taking the stand. So we will hopefully go ahead and be able to resolve that issue.
Okay. When you say the day of his taking the stand, that would be will not be problematic. I don't believe if immunity is granted. If immunity is not granted, it may become an issue. So we'll need time to do that.
Understood, Your Honor. I believe that is. I believe that authorization will likely be given.
Okay. So anything, Attorney Smith, Attorney Brooks, you want to say about that? Okay. Do you agree with what I just said, which is if immunity is granted, I don't see any issue or the need for any hearing prior to his taking the stand. Obviously, as soon as immunity is granted, you will give any immunity letter to the defense right away, right? Okay. So, and if in the event that were not accurate, then I'd want to know right away because I would want to want to make sure we have time for hearing on that.
With regards to that, Your Honor, I believe also procedure, we would have to submit the letter to the court. The court would have to sign off on the order before that would happen, and then obviously both sets of counsel will happen. So I would anticipate that would happen well in advance of him testifying.
Okay, good. If there's any issues there, you're going to let me know, I'm sure. So please do. Anything else from your perspective that we can accomplish today? Okay. Actually, I have every expectation that we will go forward tomorrow. Like I said, I looked at least, maybe not the last break, but at lunchtime, and it looked like, 3.5 inches of snow or something like that. So I think I have every expectation that we're going to go forward tomorrow. If there were any changes, I want the best contact information for you all. And maybe, just in case we can't get to one member of your team, maybe it makes sense to give us contact information for.
All right. Anthony Badero is who I think they're talking about the immunity and giving immunity to. He wasn't talking into a microphone. And then even when the court reporter went over and moved the microphone over, it wasn't that much better. But I think that's who I picked up. That's him. Is he in custody? Did he have something to do with that other trial? And don't say the G word. That'll get me in trouble. Did he have anything to do? Is he in custody because of that other trial? Adair, I know you watched it. Okay, so it looks like they're talking about a transport order, so that's probably who it is. Maybe. I don't know. Oh yeah, he could be in custody because of his illegal substances. All right, guys. That's it for the day. That was My dogs are running around. I don't know if you can hear them or not. They're ready for their dinner. That was like, it would have been more exciting to watch paint dry on my wall repeatedly than to have to hear that defense go on and on and on. Yeah. Yes. You know which one I'm talking about. That's why we just call them pew-pews. And yes, Gabrielle, thank you. Don't forget to like the video, guys. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. And make sure you join us again. And yes, painful is the word to sum up today. Ugh. Gosh, that's all I can say. That's all I got. Alrighty, I need to go make dinner myself, speaking of cooking. So I will see you guys all Wednesday. Stormy. Wednesday at 10:30. We'll do no, Wednesday, Gabby. Gabby's been drinking. Wednesday, 10:30, we will do Tuesday's testimony, and then I will start trying to figure out a way going forward to not have to be a day behind. And I have been sitting here for 5.5 hours. I'm okay. Oop. I meant to do this one. I'm okay. It's okay. So I will see what I can do on the Tucker situation, and maybe we'll get lucky. It would be exciting. Hopefully I could handle it. Hopefully I could handle him. Yep. So you guys all have a great night. I will see you all Wednesday. Enjoy your Tuesday. I hope all your Florida weather people I hope all your weather's great. Gabby, hope your snow misses you. Roseanne, I hope it misses you. Lisa, hope the rain has stopped. You're in California, right? Because I thought it was Roseanne and it wasn't, so I came to you. Dare, I don't know where you're at, so I just hope that you all are well and enjoy the rest of your evening. I'm going to go feed my dogs, make some dinner, and don't know what else. But I'm not going out with Brandon. I know that much. Because I have to go get my eyes examined tomorrow, and I can't go out with Brandon tonight and have them shining a bright light in my face tomorrow. That just cannot happen. Nope, nope, nope. So, all right. See you guys Wednesday morning. Enjoy the rest of your night. Take care. And thank you again for hanging out with me today. I had a blast as usual.